369, damn he fine, the oranges in this fucking house get low. What's up, everyone? What's up? Another Friday, another ScurvyRum show. Well, actually, there hasn't been one for a few weeks now, but I'm happy to be back. We're gonna get started shortly, and who knows, we might have a special guest on. Maybe. But for now, I just have to post. I just gotta post the, let's see. I should have done this earlier, but it's alright. There's always gonna be scuff in these. But yes, tonight we are indeed talking about the boomers tonight. Fascinating crowd, if you ask me. Alright, oh yeah, forgot, just gotta post it in here. And yes, I chose DSP as a thumbnail deliberately. But yeah, this is like the first ScurvyRum show episode with my new mic, which that's awesome. That is honestly awesome. Dusty, what's up? I just linked it before you did, but your embed didn't work, Dusty. Yeah, I'll actually post it in the server I'm part of. Alrighty. I got my drink right here. Let's see, I just gotta get the video tabs here. Yep, that's working. Alrighty, we got the, we also have the post here. Alrighty. Initially, just judging on how many tabs I have opened for this episode, it might not seem like it's gonna be a long one, but oh, no, sorry, it's gonna be a very long one. A very, very long one. Alrighty. I'm just gonna drag myself over to this bottom corner here. And we are gonna go right here to our first video of the night. And first, we're gonna be talking about the liberal boomer wine moms. Oh boy. Take a look at this image right here. As you can see, we have the old cuck men, probably getting cucked on by their fat wives, by the pool boy. Alright, let me just mix up my drink a little. We also have I see some millennial liberals here too. I think I also see two black liberals. But, fuck me, this is gonna be painful. Bro, what? Why do they always do these corny ass dances? They're like, the government is not going to listen to you. If anything, they're gonna laugh at you. Again, these people, I've said it before, but I'm gonna say it again, albeit in a different way. These people view politics as like this fun and game sort of thing, and and it kind of shows in how they protest. They have a very childish view on how things work, and man, you could see it all over on Twitter. Whenever what's that quote? I just gotta find it real quick. I've sent it to Sheffo before. Let's see. Scurvy. From disc. She should be from. Image. I guess I just gotta scroll by. Oh fuck me. Where is that quote? I can't seem to find it right now. But it's something like leftists purposely misunderstand things. It's something about leftists and them not understanding how things work on purpose. It's a really good quote. But that's how these people operate. They don't want to. They don't want to understand how things work, and they purposely choose not to understand how things work. And when they don't get their way, this is what they do. Always, always.
Justice! When we want now! We won't get it.
Oh fuck! The hippie boomer liberals are the worst. They are the worst kind of boomers. They permitted so much degeneracy to be enabled in our society. It's not even funny. Like, these were the people who were part of like just those hippie festivals in the 60s where everybody was drinking down acid and doing all sorts of other kinds of drugs. They very much were the promulgators of free love, man. Damn the consequences. They're just the worst. They truly are the worst. Why the Ukraine flag? What? Last time I checked, I don't think they like the Orthodox Christians in Ukraine very much. I don't know why these people still support Ukraine. They are not, most likely they are not part Ukrainian. I don't think they know somebody who's Ukrainian. Oh man. I don't know why they're supporting Zelensky still in 2025 when we've learned so much more information about how brutal his regime is.
We might even need to be a little bit meaner.
Ah, yes, I've seen this one before. Oh my goodness. Okay. 1 second. One second. Sorry about that. Dad just needed to grab my laundry. Anyways, let's continue.
Because the Republicans don't mind being mean.
Being assassinated. They
really don't care. To them, it's all vibes. Bro, exactly. Exactly. It is all just vibes. Like, they don't care about the ramifications. I mean, after all, these are the people who refuse to help out their children and their grandchildren because, oh, pull them up by my bootstraps. Son, you just gotta pull. You could be just like me if you pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Have direct eye contact and a firm handshake. That'll get you the job. Yeah, guess what? That doesn't work anymore. They don't care about that. Eye contact and a firm handshake. That'd be great if I could get a job like that. Unfortunately, that's not gonna happen in my lifetime. Unless I want to work serving goyslop for the rest of my life. That's not what I want to do. These people, man. It's totally fucking delusional.
Of garbage. Of course we were mean. I am so tired of people saying, oh, but, it's a terrible thing. No! Hitler is dead.
Yep, I've seen this before. And this is just entirely based off my feelings. I didn't like what Charlie Kirk had to say about X, Y, or Z. Therefore, he's literally Hitler. Again, this is how children reason. And this is also how Cyrax reasons. Cyrax thinks that Hitler was a saint in comparison to Music Biz Marty. That was funny. That was a funny meltdown that the Goblin had.
I'm glad Hitler's dead.
How could you vote for him? If you voted for Blumph, you're going to the camps. I'm sorry, you're going to the camps.
Literally, that's also what they've been saying a lot on Twitter as of late. Like these leftists, it's like, you deserve everything that's coming to you. And all for what? We're already getting what, the Trump voters are already getting what's coming to them. More stuff about him gets exposed every day. It's not a great day to be a Trump supporter, I'll tell you that much. I'm not a Trump supporter, just to let you guys know. I don't like him, nor Kamala. I don't like democracy, period. But anyways.
This lighting is blinding me. Oh, yeah, like the video or you are gay. Greetings and salutations, Reddit.
1 second. Okay. I won't have to worry about any more interruptions, so to speak.
It is I, Austin, from The Void, and today we're going to be talking about something that I've noticed that, I'm not unfamiliar. I've known these people my entire life, but now they've...
Yeah, same here. Same here, man.
Manifested themselves back into the public eye. Boomer wine mom shit libs. And no, I'm not going to be talking about the effeminate male archetype in this.
Yes, I don't think I didn't notice the shirt that he was wearing either. Yeah, no. Way to take the Bible out of context there, buddy. Man, also, I don't understand, a few things in regards to that. Like, if he is... I don't get, liberal Catholics. I really don't. It seems kind of, antithetical to Catholicism. And it's just, what makes it even weirder is, before Vatican II... church dogma was not this, was not the epitome of this. It's actually I wouldn't say the best as somebody who's Eastern Orthodox, but it did serve a purpose, and it got transformed into this.
I'm talking about them like they're Left 4 Dead boss zombies or something. That one's the Boomer. And that one's the Smoker. And real quick before we get into today's video, Weekend Gunner, okay? He didn't ask me to do this ad. I'm helping a brother out. He likes it when you check out at his website and you call him gay.
He said you're
out of that. He makes these nice sun shirts. He made this.
Oh my goodness! You can't call young man, you can't call somebody gay. That's very offensive to homosexuals. Young man, you can't do that. His balls are usually black, but this time the Boomer's 19-year-old Russian spy wife is getting railed by him. Oh, damn it, Sheffo. Every time, man, every time.
This one for me, it's a Splitter Tarnmooster one, but he has Russian camouflage patterns, American camouflage patterns. You name it, he's got it. Go ahead and check out his website.
Hey, check it out, fellas. Check it out.
Yeah. Now back to the video. We're going to be talking about the female Boomer shit libs because they are the alphas in this little society. And right now they seem to be making up the bulk of...
Yeah, the fact that he mentions that, it's like, bro, do you know how often Boomers are just the most pussy-whipped individuals? And it's just like, bro, like, look, I get it. Loyalty to your wife, great thing. But she doesn't find you attractive when you're letting her make all the decisions, because happy wife, happy life. Yeah, that's not gonna be Scurvy's. If Scurvy ever gets married, that's not gonna be my type of marriage right there, fellas. I am too stubborn, too autistic to live that kind of life. Of happy wife, happy life. Yes, I voted for Kamala Harris this election. Why? I don't know her policies, but it's good to have some change in the country. We've already had Orange Man in the office, and he wasn't. And I don't like Orange Man, but change is good, just like the '60s. And when I was out in Woodstock doing acid. Happy wife, happy life, but my wife is happy when I buy her a mouse after she throws one against the wall. Did a Frost DK not being a sleeper pick anymore? Frost DK is actually still pretty good. Unholy, looks like Unholy is going to be the better one in Midnight, though.
Of this No Kings protest, and I watched them get riled up by an AI video that Trump himself posted. And this isn't, look, I'm not doing this MAGA Griff channel thing. That's not what I'm trying to do. But it is objectively funny that he stole Kash Patel's jet.
Oh my goodness. Of course the boomer shit libs would be mad about that. Oh, he's wearing a crown. No, he thinks of himself as a king. No, and he's shitting all over the place. Oh, it's so gross. No kings. Why do boomers hate Michael Hurd? Rest in peace. Rest in peace, King. Rest in peace.
Now,
man. Oh no, the plane took a shit on Harry Sison's face. Oh, it's so evil. Rah! That's how boomers think about it, or the boomer shit libs.
Boomer shit lib archetype is one that I can describe in two ways. Number one, they have this sense of like uppity violence. Like they're capable, like they act like they're more capable of violence than what they really are. And they would also put you in a fucking concentration camp, apparently, if they had men with guns enforcing their views.
Yeah, that's the big thing too. These people, and I'm just gonna say this about leftists in general. There's a reason why they always try to gang up on you. Like whenever, let's just say you're out on the street and you want to, and they think that you're an evil person. You're just wearing a MAGA hat, going about your day. It's not just one person that will fight you. It's the horde that will fight you, like a fucking hive mind. The hive mind gets alerted, and the guy wearing the MAGA hat gets just like decked in the face, unless he has a gun. But even then, do they really fear being shot? I don't know. Anything for the hive mind, I guess. Fuentes just has sex with men. Yeah, isn't Harry Sissy an actual sex pest? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Allegedly.
We need to get ourselves together, and we might even need to be a little bit meaner.
Hey, lady, you are in absolutely no position to be saying we need to get meaner, because there is a consequence. There are consequences of killing the moderate. There are. I'm not saying like any of you guys should do anything like evil or commit harm. I'm just saying it's like you are in no position to be saying that your side needs to get meaner. They'll never learn until it's too late.
because the Republicans don't mind being mean.
And by mean, what do you mean? Do you mean protesting? Do you mean?
Maybe we have to, I don't know, stop being so nice.
Because you seem like a pretty nice lady.
I'm a pretty nice lady, but I can.
No, you're not. Your words, the words that you are saying right now, and the way that you're saying them shows me that you're not a very nice person. Especially when I say something you disagree with. I know exactly the thought that you, lady, have in your head in regards to if I were to say something like democracy is a sham and we live in a shadow oligarchy, she would want me dead at that moment. But the thing is, she is too weak to actually be able to carry anything out.
Can be pretty mean too.
Okay, and I have to ask this because people on the other side are going to say that they feel like the Democrat Party has been mean. Recently, with Charlie Kirk being assassinated,
It's a piece of garbage. Of course we were mean. I am so tired of people saying, oh, but, it's a terrible thing. No, Hitler is...
Again, listen to the tone of her voice. This is how a lot of boomer shit libs talk. They still talk like, no, wow, no, he's literally Hitler. Ah! It's petulant rage. And lady, you are much older than me. Much older than me. And you're still acting like this. Yeah, I guess, again, what's that motto about women? A lot of women act like children.
Dead. I'm glad Hitler's dead. Evil people have no place in my world. He was
Oh boy.
a human being.
And yet
She'll never define hateful and what was the other word and her world.
simultaneously, these people are some of the most non-serious people you will ever run across. This is what charcuterie boards, wine, and rewatching Grey's Anatomy does to people's moms after 20 years.
Like, what is this going to accomplish? What is this going to accomplish, boomers? Nothing. Nothing. It's going to accomplish nothing. Other than the fact that you're going to be seen as just a bunch of dorks who do these corny little dances. And also, I think I see some I think I see some graffiti over there. Of course. Yeah, oh wow, we're still the rebellious ones. Am I right, my fellow boomers? We're still rebellious, even though a lot of the shit that we partake in is literally funded by the state via our tax dollars. We're still rebellious ones. We're the ones fighting the system. Again, these people are just delusional. They grew up in a time where things were good, quote unquote, and they basically were just like, fuck that. Nuclear night. We might have nuclear annihilation, but damn morals, because we're all gonna die. Literally, that's how they think. That's how they thought when they were my age. Was, nuclear annihilation might happen at any moment, so let's just be as hedonistic as possible. They have no grasp on reality, and it's all vibes coded, all feels, no substance. Exactly, Dusty. Like, literally, every single person that is out in these No Kings protests, it's not anything rational. It's just not. It's all feeling based. It's like, I feel that Trump is a king, or I feel that Trump is a dictator, and this blinds them to the point where they can't actually see what he's doing, and it's like, no, he's not a king. Things are moving a bit more right, but the cultural paradigm in the Overton window is still far to the left.
Now, these people are a lot like Redditors in some ways. Like, the Redditor is going to back up his world beliefs with usually some kind of pseudoscience.
All the good people from that generation got sent to die in war or tricked into dying for shekel. So every living boomer is a coward. I'd say except for, like, except for, like, like some priests. There's some boomer Orthodox priests that are based, but those are very few and far between. Trump's doing the shit they would want. Yeah, exactly. They just don't like that it's Orange Man who's doing it.
Some smarmy fictional Marvel character. But with the boomer wine mom shitlib, they go with the daytime TV slop. As an example, and this is anecdotal, but this is exactly how they are. I was a guard in Guantanamo Bay at a time, and I was on leave, and there was a boomer wine mom type individual at my parents' house who, outright because she watched something on NCIS, they said you were milking them to death or whatever the fuck she heard. What? There, I was like, no, that's daytime TV. That is not real. But they are steadfast that Grey's Anatomy or ER or NCIS is real life.
That's the thing too, you know, isolation absolutely does things to people, and I won't deny that like the elderly are treated like shit in this country. I mean, hey, that's what happens when you hire a bunch of black people who hate whitey and view even the old people in this country who still had nothing to do with slavery as oppressors. You know, that's they'll do horrible things to the elderly and get away with it most of the time. But when you're old and you're living that way and all you have is like your TV, it's like, and you know, your grasp of reality is starting to slip away. It's like, yeah, you tend to be one of the more the more influenced type. And that's how it's like, oh, I saw this on NCIS, and it's like, oh my god, no, that's evil. And it's just like, you know, all because like some character said like some moderate right-wing talking point, and it was just like, oh, I mean, that's evil because it's a bad guy who said it, and the good guys, the cops, would never say that. Again, it is delusional thinking. The lockdowns meant most people wouldn't be out doing things. I get my reality from online echo chambers, and I'm a Nazi according to my family, bro. My family thinks I'm like some sort of Nazi too. It's like I have to say over and over again, I'm a monarchist. I don't have much in common with the average Natsoak, if at all.
And a lot of their views kind of right now, especially with this No Kings thing, boils down to, oh no, a drug dealer from Peru is crying. Quick, burn the Constitution.
Bro, exactly. They absolutely they absolutely have this suicidal empathy that a lot of leftists seem to have. It's like, oh no, the crying brown drug dealer is getting arrested and deported. Burn the Constitution, like he said. But it's like, seriously, they get so much in their feelings. Again, it's just how they interact with the world is based on like pure feeling. Like I feel like this is how things should be, and in their mind, the way that things should be is like open borders and shit like that.
Sometimes they just don't know anything at all.
Are you out supporting No Kings Day?
I think protest is important.
Why are you
listen to that response, guys. I think protesting is important. This woman who's way older than me is still out here participating in protests like she was in her 20s.
Protesting.
How much time do you have?
Couple minutes. And what's the main reason you're out here protesting President Trump?
I agree with a lot of the decisions that are being made.
Is there any decision in particular you disagree with?
Okay, so I would start with
let's finish before I spurg out.
I don't even think it's appropriate for me to have this interview.
Bro, she couldn't answer the question. And keep in mind, it's like what I said in my most recent video. If this was in New York, I guarantee you that this woman would have voted for Mamdani on the sole fact of vibes. It's like, he just has a good vibe to him. I like socialism. Socialism is, everybody gets something. Yay! Yay, free healthcare. Yay! Damn the cost of it all. And it would also be on taxpayer dime, like so many other social services. But free stuff for everyone. Yay! But again, she doesn't know what his policies are. She voted for him based on vibes. Like you said, Dusty, that's all these people, that's how these people interact with the world, is just vibes. If they don't like something, they're going to be very angry about it. And if they like something, it's like, yay! Again, it's completely delusional. They don't understand how the world works, especially now, especially thanks to the internet. Perfect timing, Sheffo. Boomers are a generation raised on mainstream news, leaded gasoline, and vague moral fagging. Yes. Funnily enough, Pickle, the morals that they were taught, by their parents, the silent generation, the boomers actually twisted those morals, because the actual version of those morals is like, you have expectations, you have standards to live up to, do not disappoint the family, don't be a hedonistic prick. They twisted those morals into just have firm eye contact. I'm messing up my words here. Just have good eye contact, a firm handshake, and a positive can-do attitude. And when we're in the land of the free, you could do whatever you want. Way to honor your family there, Boomer McBoomerstein.
This makes me appreciate QAnon boomers more. Not because like QAnon boomers are like right about anything. It's just they're funny, Yeah,
at least I agree. At least those guys are funny, but they really shouldn't be online. They're too delusional. They're also too delusional to really participate in society these days on a meaningful level. They also should not be online. I think boomers have absolutely ruined Facebook. I'm glad that I don't have an account anymore. I haven't had one in many, many years. But yeah, boomers absolutely ruined that place. And AI, man, these people, again, because of just how gullible they are, partially because of their age, but also because of how they were raised. It's like, wow, the cat saved the baby. Or, oh no, the fat woman shouldn't be jumping on the glass bridge and broke and everybody's dead. Stuff like that. It's like, they fall for it every time. It's like, or the cats or the dogs or other animals just shooting like hydraulic press amounts of water out of their mouths and just destroying shit. It's like, that's so blatantly AI, but boomers don't know any better. They genuinely don't. Boomers and soylennials got mind-graped into believing online anonymity is a bad thing. Yeah, that's true too. Absolutely, that's true as well.
Like, boomer wine mom shitlib, not really funny, just grating and annoying. QAnon boomer, he's just like, yeah, man, RFK's got a fucking space laser. Patriots are in control. I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah, tell me more.
Patriots are in control.
RFK Jr. on a satellite being like, fire.
Okay, Grandpa. I'd love to hear more about RFK and his space laser. Like, that's the kind of stuff you'd say to like the QAnon boomers, because it's like, clearly they're old, their mind isn't all there, so just, that's something if I was working at like a retirement home or something, I would be like, okay, feel free to tell me more about it, and I'd probably make his day. Sometimes you gotta do some good deeds, even if you're not exactly prepared to deal with it. Dementia is not easy to have. RFK shoots the space laser from his wiener. That's funny, Pickle.
Fire the laser. You must fire the space laser. Is fucking funny. On top of all of the politically grating stuff, on top of it, they're as arrogant as any other boomer. And I don't mean you individual watching this video who happens to be a boomer. Not all of you are the same.
Yeah.
But they still share this hedonistic worldview where it's like, I experience sex, drugs, rock and roll. I don't really care about anything.
Yeah, and they're not incentivized to care about the future generations. Like, I mentioned this earlier in regards to how they went about their 20s, because the Cold War was happening in the 60s, like, for sure. But they did not react to it in the correct way. Instead of actually preparing for tomorrow, basically, if nuclear annihilation was actually going to happen, which thank God it didn't, truly, they actually should have been more conservative than their parents, but they were like, oh, you know what, fuck it, let's just be as hedonistic as possible. Damn the consequences. I know I'm repeating myself here, but it bears repeating. This is how these people view the world. There are long-term consequences to doing drugs, right, boomers? A loosening grip on reality is one of them. And it seems like another consequence is not caring about your offspring and their offspring. After all, the boomers were like the wealthiest generation. And I'm like, oh, no, son, you gotta pull yourself up by the bootstrap. Even though for the most part, you didn't pull yourselves up by the bootstraps. Your parents also helped you out. They probably helped you get a start on your business. They probably helped you with a lot of things, getting things set up. But I pulled myself up by the bootstraps. So that means you have to do that as well. Yeah, great. Lovely.
I have no skin in the game. Fuck it. I'm going to be dead. So why not make the U.S. the third world soup kitchen, even though Zoomers apparently can't find any fucking jobs after...
Well, you see there, Mr. Zoomer, we can't hire you because, we'd actually have to pay you. Unlike the third world Pajeets and illegals we want to import. That way, we could pay them basically, that way we could pay them nothing, and they don't get free housing. That's on your dime, by the way. They'll get hotel rooms and all that because we love helping people. But we don't really want to help you because your resume is not good enough to my liking. You should have had one more year of experience, and maybe go back to school. You might help out. But how am I going to afford more college when it's insanely expensive? Because the colleges are just trying to sell people on the amenities, and also trying to create as many bullshit degrees as possible to incentivize more people to come, thus justifying the cost of tuition. Oh, that's nonsense, Jimmy! That's nonsense! You just have to pull yourself up by the bootstrap. You might have to get a job at McDonald's for a while before you could do that. But wouldn't you know? I could write a referral to my friends at McDonald's corporate. So you could start flipping burgers and serving goy slop. And then the boomer tells the young man all this, and what other reaction was he expecting other than, man, fuck this? The not caring about the future generations has some real effects. Even members of our generation don't care about future generations, even though they supposedly care about the rapture. And supposedly, even then the rapture to us Orthodox is like, it's heterodox. to say the least. It's a conversation I refuse to entertain because it's just bullshit. Nowhere. That's something else too. Boomer evangelicals, they piss me off a lot. Yep, Israel's our greatest ally. Damn the fact that they like to bomb Orthodox churches, or that their soldiers literally masturbate at scenes of destruction. But they're our greatest ally. Yeah, right. Yeah, fucking right.
Like 1,000 applications. Yes, but we should bring more competition into the States. And some of them...
Yeah, but more competition is a good thing for you young folks. It'll help you pull yourself up by the bootstraps. I like the policies that I voted for.
When you get behind the psychology of it, like there was a video I was going to clip in this that initially I was going to...
But back in my day, $10 an hour was a great job. Sorry, Boomer McBoomerstein, but not anymore. In the words of Garrosh Hellscream, times change. I can't really do a good, Garrosh impression, I guess. Unless if I'm, screaming at the top of my lungs. But anyways, it's literally, times have changed, Boomer. Oh, hi, Okaira, what's up? As I was saying, $10 an hour is dog shit pay, especially in regards to inflation. And you know what's happening to wages, Mr. Boomer? They are stagnating while inflation is going up. What do you think about that? Obviously, Vintage here is not a boomer, but okay, we'll be your competition. No, not that type of competition. And yeah, even McDonald's is paying $15 an hour, and that's impressive. Yeah, it is. I know. I remember in California they tried to I think they raised the minimum wage to $20, something like that. It's oh well, good luck trying to live in California. It was already pretty unlivable, just a few years back. It's even worse now. I know people who live in California, and it's yeah, of course I pray for them. It's not easy living in that hellhole of a state. They raised the minimum to 30 or 30 something. Wait. In California? Hold on, let me look that up. I thought it was 20. Minimum. I don't want to look up minimum wage. In $15 minimum wage, that's how much it is in my state, in Maryland. California. Okay, yeah, it is $20. In some parts of California, it's $16.50, but it seems like it's gonna be. It seems like it's already 20 now. And all their businesses had a heart attack. Yes, exactly. But the thing is, the whole point of minimum wage is this. This is how much somebody needs at minimum to live a decent life. That's with children, by the way. That's with children. Now, people are not having children for various reasons. I mean, hey, it's not like the boomers were some of the most ardent supporters of feminism or anything like that. No, it couldn't have been the boomers. I swear, it's the Jews and the boomers just they get together and they just do all these stupid and evil things that fuck over things for the rest of us. And even then, the boomers are just pawns themselves. Always have been. I'd love to have kids, but finding a decent woman is the problem. That too. You could thank the boomers for spreading the plague that is free love among the youth. You could thank them for that. I have a feeling if the sexual revolution never happened, or if it was stamped out early enough, I don't think a lot of us would be having the problems that we're having now. We'd live in a much more sane civilization. Though honestly, I'd have a feeling we'd probably have these problems down the line, but it wouldn't have been for another couple hundred years. Even then, it's at least we would have been somewhat prepared to deal with them. We get $7 in minimum here in Utah. Sometimes it's 10 or 13 on occasion. I have a feeling like for the 10 or 13 on occasion, that's probably something like government jobs. They do pay more. But even in Utah, it's like if you're trying to live in like Salt Lake City, good luck. That place is expensive. Just the cities in general are very expensive.
Gonna make fun of, because it's easy to make fun of it, but it's actually sad.
74 years old. I worry about everything.
Oh my goodness. You're 74! What do you have to worry about? Like, that isn't about your health. What about, aside from your health, what do you have to worry about?
And I just am so scared and
Of what?
And I don't understand why people did and voted for this person.
Truly,
Well, I don't understand in my 74 years of life why somebody would want to have voted for the orange man. She worries about her well, she's a boomer. I don't think she exactly worries about her grandkids. She's not exactly going to help them out. No, in the boomer's propensity. At 74, no one should care about gay politics or whatever, or not Muhammad and Jose get free housing. And she probably is of the line of thinking of, it's nice having new neighbors that are not from the country. Oh, they're probably gonna enrich the community. And then suddenly they just make this the lives of the citizens, including you, just a living hell. Oh, I don't think it's bad. I'm a Christian. We have to be compassionate. You know what St. Paul had to say in regards to those who break the law? There's a whole chapter in Paul's letter to the Romans all about, it's like, you should follow the laws of your land. And what these boomers don't understand, it's like, I remember every now and then I like to ask people, especially like boomers, it's like, is it a crime? Is it considered a crime to enter into the country without proper documentation? And it's like, oh, well, and they do get a little stumbled on that. But generally they come around to yes. And then I'm just like, well, in regards to Christianity, God through Paul said, follow the rules of the land. And already these people are not following the rules of the land. So they should be punished in accordance to the law of the land. Not that hard to grasp. They love the Mexicans until they play bad music all day and have some weird cousin who threatens you daily. Then you ask them about self-defense and they want to go, no one should have to defend themselves. And back in my day, things were peaceful. There was no need to have a gun, and if people did, they just had a shotgun at most that was never used. Gee, do you know why things were like that back in your time, boomer? Well, I'll give you, you're not gonna like the answer. You're not gonna like the answer very much, boomer. It all has to do with ethnic demographics. Oh no, you're just a racist. You're just a racist young man. Damn right I am. I got every right to be.
it is sad because these people, their brains have been melted. Ultimately, as much as...
Yep, if not by acid, then by just ignorance and naivete. Things are violent back in the boomers' times. It just used fists. Well, you see, Sonny, when we had to use fisticuffs, it was to teach somebody a lesson. Either they did something that they shouldn't have done, but then it's like, in regards to what you were talking about, Dusty, it's like, so were you exercising your right to defend yourself then? And then they just short circuit. Back in your day, you didn't have 1,000 inbred Mexicans who hate you, thousands of inbred Mexicans who hate you imported daily. Yeah, that's also true.
I want to say somebody like this should not have any say over anything politically in the United States.
Exactly. These people do not understand anything about power. They do not understand anything about, like, how society works. They do not understand jack shit about things. The only reason why a lot of boomers are conservative, they're not even socially conservative, they're fiscally conservative. They just want to hoard wealth to themselves. They don't want to share it down to the people, who actually need it. Their children and their grandchildren.
Honestly, we should be praying for these type of people. I know some of you are going to roll your eyes because...
No, I agree. We absolutely should. Lord have mercy on the boomers, for they do not know what they have done. Truly.
Fucking, I'm godless. Fuck you, vintage. Yeah, well, we should be praying for her. Because this woman was preyed upon by these demons in the MSM, right? And I know that's... I hate that word, because it is overused. But it's true. She doesn't get out, probably doesn't have friends.
Yep, again, Lord have mercy on their souls, as I hope you have for all of us.
Probably just sits at home watching TV all day. That's what they do. And she's terrified out of her mind by people playing little shadow puppets on the wall at her, while all the real issues, she's not even thinking about those.
Well, yeah, and if you do try to bring up the real issues, I probably did an impression about what happened if that was the case earlier. They just freak out because you're basically shattering what little they have left in regards to their just their little reality that they're living in. It's like it's that I think they're just trying to live out the rest of their lives in like a state of ignorance, even though it's like you are kind of the cause of a cause of the problems we're suffering right now. You should not have any say in how our country goes in the future. You have a lot of you got a lot of shit you need to fix. God, it's me, Sheffo. Please make every gay... Oh, okay. That's going a little too far there, Pickle. God, it's your boy, Dusty. I need your help in making these boomers realize the errors of their ways, that they might repent. That's a better way of putting it, Dusty. Much better. You got some things to learn, Pickle.
But anyways, this has been me, Austin from the Void, and
But yeah, I think we have a good idea as to what we're dealing with here tonight. Oh man, I do think the boomers are gonna get what's coming to them. I really do. I do think, especially if they're not actively repenting for their sins, they are gonna get what's coming to them. Especially these liberal boomer wine moms. That's funny, Pickle. But they're gonna get what's coming to them. But let's move on to our next video. This is a channel I discovered recently. It's called Hyperborean Knowledge. Funnily enough, I mean, he's not a Christian. I think he's like flavor of pagan. But damn, he actually makes some pretty good points. So we're gonna. I know he talks a little slow, so we're just gonna play it on 1.5 speed.
We are living in the boomer yuga. And what that illustrates is the lie of progress. We are not in a constant ascension in society. The ancients were right, and civilization is cyclical, and the boomers prove this 100%. It's not like it was in the 1800s.
Yeah, he's a pagan. He's nutty with it. Yes, he is. But but as I like to say, some of the craziest schizos can make some really good points. I think this is easily one of his best videos.
No, it's not like it was during the Black Plague. But the fact that we even have to compare our modern situation to those times is telling, isn't it? I would rather compare my life to what I know from my own living memory and use that as a contrast for my own situation than having to dive into history books to find the worst time of all ages in order to compare my own life. And we live in the oldest society ever. Never before has there been so many old people. It's a...
Yeah, that is absolutely true. I mean, look at Japan right now. Japan and South Korea, they're really suffering this elderly problem. Again, Japan, I think South Korea is going to win this race in regards to who goes extinct first. Compared, it's Japan versus South Korea. South Korea is going to win. There's a lot of old people out there that need taken care of, and there's not enough children to be able to do that. I know, Pickle. You had to sneak in a book reference. Gerontocracy. Yeah, the rule of the old. Not a fun time to be. It's not a fun time of history to be in a gerontocracy. I mean, no wars, higher medical tech, less babies, etc., equals more elderly, less young people. Yep.
Boomertocracy, and you're living in it. You can even see in the media, the boomers had Luke Skywalker, a young hotshot who, despite his elders telling him what to do, he went and did it anyway, proved them wrong, and gained victory for his faction. And now what do we have? We have the new Top Gun movie. We have an old boomer who still got it. He's still got it, and he's got to show the young bucks what's up. Comes back out of retirement because these soy boy millennials just can't handle it. And the boomer proves that.
I will say, in regards to a lot of like boomer properties, like Star Wars or Top Gun, that just get brought back. It's like, I think I remember watching that Solar Sands video in regards to just like how our culture is just eating itself. And this is absolute, like, every single time there's a new Star Wars movie, or like hell, even the new Predator movie. It's like, it's just so emblematic of just nothing new is being made. Like, truly, nothing new is being made. And that goes for like beyond movies as well. It's like, there's not a lot of like truly good books out there being written anymore, and the ones that exist are pretty niche, all things considered. Man, that's a rabbit hole in itself that we went over in a previous episode. But man, just like fucking hell, I'm so sick of living in the 1980s. I really am. I'm so bored of just living constantly in the 1980s in terms of entertainment. Now you know why that's the absolute worst insult in let's see, in Chinese, huh? Good books like mine. No, Pickle, no. I'm talking about stuff that's like, like masculine, truly daring. It's not like parody or something like that. Don't think my book exactly falls into that category either, but I knew it. I knew somebody was going to say yours is not a good book or something like that in regards to Sheppo's book.
He is just superior. And you hear this a lot from boomers,
But yeah, it's like, really, I find it hard to believe that it's like, really, this old boomer comes out of retirement and is still able to do his job perfectly fine. Really? Like, there's no there's no struggle. There's nothing like that. It's just, oh wow, Tom Cruise is back, and he's better than ever, even though he was most likely sitting on his ass. And I'm talking about the character he plays. I don't know. I think his name is like Maverick or something. But it's like, wow, Maverick is back and better than ever, even though he most likely was sitting on his ass for all these years and is still the greatest pilot of all time. Instead of having some new guy, some new young man, take up the mantle of being Top Gun or whatever. One more word on the greatest piece of literature of the whole 21st century, and you get banned. Don't worry, I'll unban somebody the moment Sheffo bans them.
We are compromised. We're genetically compromised. We're environmentally compromised from all the soy products. Even though, on average, we're bigger than boomers. We're taller than boomers. We've shattered every athletic boomer record of all time. I remember it was one time I was face-to-face with this boomer, and he's talking to me. Oh, you must be what, 6'5"? Because I'm 6'3". This guy was 6 feet tall. Okay, he was 6 feet tall. You want to talk about height fraud? Boomers are the biggest height frauders of all time because they're so...
Well, yeah, boomers tend to overvalue themselves. That's something that's always been with a thing with them. They greatly overestimate who they actually are. That's why I find it a little funny. It's like, oh, back in my day, I used to kick a lot of ass, and it's just like, yeah, you tell yourself that, Grandpa.
Narcissistic. Every boomer is at least 6 feet tall, right? No.
Scurvy, I told you what dotard. Oh, what's up? I didn't get your message. Dotards, huh? Well, what's up with Dotard? How is he? I haven't seen him in a while. I mean, like, I'm 5'11" or 6 foot. Well, back in my day, I was 6'3". No, Gramps, you're 6 foot at most.
I don't know. This boomer was arguing with me over my own height. I am not 6'5". I wish I was 6'5". I'm not. I'm the king of the manlets. I'm 6'3", and but this boomer was just so delusional.
That's funny.
They got these nasally boomer voice. Oh, I don't know why every boomer sounds like that. But
back in my day,
again, this is why these scams work on them. It's not like the boomers don't know what the internet is. They've been on the internet just as long as any of us have. So it's not like they're...
It's basically an old person, especially one who has become physically weak or whose mental faculties have declined. Gotcha.
These silent gen grannies who know nothing about technology. No, they know a lot. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with their narcissism. Somebody left a comment in my last video about the boomers that his mom got scammed by...
Bro, that is also absolutely true. I've never seen a more narcissistic generation than the boomers. Like, truly. And keep in mind, I've seen a lot of narcissism among people in my generation. It's fucking bad. But I think the kind that the boomers have it's easily the worst kind. They're like the self-righteous do-gooders who make the lives of everyone else around them a living hell. And they'll never... And yeah, exactly. It's a refusal to admit fault. It's like they think that they're doing something good, but no, it's actually insanely fucking evil. Like I remember, I think it was like an old Think Before You Zink video, where he was talking about like these cat ladies, and there's this old boomer cat lady who has like 100 something, and she's just so disgusting. And she was like, oh, these cats need me. I take care of all of them. It's so hard. Woe is me. Yeah, she is the epitome of the self-righteous do-gooder who makes the lives of everything around her like more miserable. Like, how do you, like, she has 100 cats. How does she know that they don't belong to other people? That all 100 something of them don't belong to other people. How does she know that? She is probably stealing other people's cats. thus making their lives a living hell because they keep on looking for said cats. The cats that are around the neighborhood, I feel can handle themselves if I stop feeding them. Yep. Don't think my cat can, but other cats sure can. But my goodness. And again, that is the type of boomer who says, "Oh, just pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You don't need my money." And they think they're doing something good. They think they're teaching their son a lesson. Or their daughter a lesson, but it's like, no, you're actually being a huge fucking dick.
Somebody posing as Elon Musk, and that this Elon Musk guy was in love with his mom, and in order for her to prove to him her love, she had to send him money, and she did a lot of it. And it ruined this guy's life because I was supposed to go to him. But only a boomer, like these, it's not a generational thing. Only a boomer could fall for these scams, okay? It's like the equivalent of a Nordic or Slavic Instagram model messaging me and being like, okay.
Oh, man. But a lot of the boomers who are like, oh, wow, I get to meet a 19-year-old Slavic Nordic hottie. Wow. And it's just like, oh, yeah, yes, you got to keep paying me money. How else am I going to see you if you don't pay me money? And it's like, oh my goodness, you're wasting your life savings that's meant for your children on just some whore who has nothing to do with your bloodline, all because you want to stick your dick inside her. Are you fucking kidding me?
I love you, but you have to give me 50 grand.
Yep. And again, it's not like I haven't been scammed before. I know, but at least I've learned not to. I've learned my lesson from them. It happens to at least everybody once, but it's like I've learned my lesson from that. And I wouldn't be surprised if a boomer is like, oh no, he said he learned his lesson, but he actually didn't. He didn't take it to heart. I want to tame the tuxedo kitten that I got tame enough to let me hold him. Oh, that's nice.
It's not going to work on me. It's not going to work on millennials. But these boomoids are just, they still think they got it. They still think they're attractive. Somebody linked to me a reality show called Love is Blind, but it's a boomer edition. I couldn't even watch it. It was actually painful. Like,
I don't want to know what that would be like. That sounds like hell. It's like, oh wow, I can't, wow. So how many kids do you have? I have 3 lovely children, and they have grandkids, and oh wow, I too have 3 grandkids, and it's just like, oh my goodness, it's the most cucked thing imaginable.
When cringe is too painful for me, that's when you know, because I can handle a lot of cringe.
Yeah, me too. But that just sounds like torture. That sounds like fucking torture. Like, that's like interrogation techniques the U.S. government would use to try to get information out of people. Oh, hi, Night Llama. You spend too much time on that game. Go outside. The outside in question. That's good. That's a good one. Yeah, the outside in question, just beyond the whole game joke or whatnot, it's like, things fucking suck out there. Like, for Halloween, I decided to go out to the bars or whatnot. Oh my goodness, I was so fucking bored. Like, truly, I was bored. Because, one, I mean, it's not like I didn't have people to talk to or anything, but it's just like, I think now I realize, like, as a Christian, it's just like, there's so much better things I could do with my time than just sit around at bars and not even really talk to anybody. There's so much better things I could do, and I wasn't really in the mood to meet new people anyways. I didn't really want to talk to anybody new. I was just hoping to see some old friends or whatnot. But basically, the fun part about it was actually walking back to my hotel room, but that's besides the point. But it's just like, man, it fucking sucks out there. It's just not worth it. It really isn't. It's a waste of time, waste of money, waste of time. I could say now with experience that I have the experience under my belt, it's like, it's not all that worth it. Let's see. The only ones I would associate with are the ones I talk and others vouch for, but other than that, yeah.
It was too painful for me to watch because these boomers they still think they're hot, and it's disgusting.
Yeah. No. No.
Okay? Even my generation.
There's a reason in these boomer circles, I bet they call it a one-night stand because that's the last night she's going to be standing.
Has the humility to know, okay, well, like even in our 30s and 40s, we should probably stop and just, accept and age gracefully. But
nah, they're incapable of trying to age gracefully. That requires humility. That requires humility and submission to the Lord.
They can't. So yeah,
and they do not submit
Eddie
to the
Hall
Lord.
And Half Thor and Brian Shaw, they're soy, even though they're millennials. I could probably, rip the arms off of an average boomer like a Wookiee. And there's nothing we can do because we're just compromised. They didn't have asbestos. They didn't have constant cigarette smoke. They didn't have all the toxins and poisons in their food either. No, they're natural. Their lives were just so different. I mean, everything was just freer. I think of my dad. My dad was a little bit rough around the edges. He had a couple incidences under his belt.
I could absolutely tell that Hyperborean's father is a boomer because I know he makes mention that he's a millennial a lot, and the boomers did raise the millennials. Let's see, Dusty, you meant. Let's see. I was mentioning e-girls and VTubers sliding in my DMs. The only way I'm talking to anyone like that is it's in a Christian VTuber server or w/e or wherever,
shall we say? But he could still travel around the world, right? He went to Australia, right? They greeted him. Oi, g'day, mate. Got a criminal record? And my dad goes, well, I didn't know you still needed one, right? And then they do a big boomer chortle and slap.
Oh wow, you're funny there, Mr. Boomer. Well, you are too. You're very funny. You're very funny people yourself too. You don't care that I have a criminal record. Man, you see, they still live like this, but the thing is, we cannot live like they do. I'd say that it's both good and bad because on one hand, I'd love to live in an actual high trust society where people have their heads on their shoulders, but on another, it's like it's actually kind of freeing to know what the world actually is.
Slap each other on the back, and the Aussie stamps his passport and he gets in. Okay, criminal record and all. Nowadays, if you have a jaywalking record,
gee, no wonder why. No wonder why they're in favor of mass migration.
You're never leaving the country again.
They quite literally think that, oh wow, these people that are crossing over the border, their race doesn't matter. Race doesn't matter. They're human beings. But it's like the people who are hopping over the border, they culturally they are different. They probably come from a shithole. They're probably, and most likely they're criminals in their own country. I see. Oh yeah, Cairo, you have like a new business that you're running. I wish you luck in that endeavor.
If you have a jaywalking ticket, you're never getting an apartment. You're never getting a job. Meanwhile, boomers could be, a little bit rough around the edges, and they could go anywhere in the world, no problem.
Oh yeah, not to mention, the issue with the do you know the people who are like, oh, this guy is committing a crime even though he did nothing wrong? It's boomers. It is boomers who do that. It's like, oh, this guy is jaywalking. Again, they do this because they don't really have much. Again, at the age that they're at, they don't really have much control in their lives. They try, and this is the way that they get to have some control is by just being fucking like nuisances to everyone around them. Again, they think they're doing something good, but in reality, it's they're actually doing something evil. They're arresting somebody who has done absolutely nothing wrong.
They could go bring knives and guns on airplanes. They were just doing whatever they wanted. Now we're trapped. If we get in one scuffle in your life, you're done forever. You can't get an apartment. You need the FBI to investigate you and 50 people vouching for you just to get an apartment or a job now. They just show.
Yeah, I know he's exaggerating a little, but my goodness, the fact that... Oh, look, I get why apartments do vetting, right? They want to make sure that, you know, you're not like a drug dealer or some actual criminal. But holy shit, they just, again, because a lot of these people are like older Gen X boomers, older Gen X and boomers. It's like, oh, well, I can't exactly trust I don't trust anybody to have an apartment at my complex. Really? Isn't that a bit, hypocritical to, no, Okairo's not Jewish, Pickle. But anyways, it's like, isn't that a little bit hypocritical there, Mr. Boomer? Mr. I welcome everyone? Ain't that a little hypocritical? I just fish and enjoy my life on this cursed planet. That actually sounds pretty fun. I do like to fish. It's been a while since I last have, but that sounds fun.
Go up and give them that handshake and gleam into their eye, and then they're in their new job. Now it's like a whole process. You got to get your retina scanned. You got to get your DNA taken by your employee.
Yeah, exactly. There's so much shit that you have to do now. Thanks, boomers. Yeah, you could thank the boomers for that.
Employer, you need fingerprints, and it's just insane. It's an insane world. But this isn't an attack on elderly people, by the way. A silent gen, my grandparents, my great aunts, these people were very different from boomers. They didn't have the same energetic signature at all. There was a humility there. There was like a playfulness, a calmness. They were stoic in a way, which makes sense. You know, a lot of these silent gen people grew up during the Depression, grew up during World War II.
Yeah, exactly. Like the silent generation are not exactly fans of their offspring. A lot of them don't really like their offspring very much because of how they turned out. But it's like, man, if you look at the lives of the silent generation, it's like they had it rough. Like he mentioned, like these people lived through the Great Depression. A lot of them were drafted into World War II. Some of them were World War One. They had it rough, and so they thought, after the war, they'd raise a generation of good people like them. But turns out, unfortunately, it seems like society had other plans for the boomers, and the boomers were far too rebellious. So all the parenting that they gave them just kind of went down the drain, and then they corrupted their children, and now we're here. You should know how to treat the middle class. Did you actually ban him, Sheffo? Fuck. How do I, okay, I gotta see. Did you actually ban him, Pickle? Do I actually have to pause the stream so I can unban him? Oh well, Cairo can just DM me if that's the case.
And they were just, it was something completely different about them. Even if you look at old movies, they're not the same. And even the music that people like to give credit to that was baby boomer music, like the Beatles, like the Doors. These people were not baby boomers. These people were silent gen. You know, Jim Morrison.
No, it's not.
I can relate to Jim Morrison, right? He was a silent gen. He was MK Ultra. He had a witch handler.
Right.
He was a Nietzschean. Okay, that's something I can at least respect. Okay, I know he was completely shoehorned and opt in, but
oh, don't get me started on MK Ultra, man. Let me do some slight background research. MK Ultra. MK Ultra. 1953 to 1973. Yep, it was a fucking 20-year period. And yeah, wouldn't you know, the boomers absolutely were part of that program. Again, they did a lot of psychedelics, and wouldn't you know, that's what MK Ultra was all about, was using psychedelics to basically spy on citizens. Quite the devastating stuff. Someone like old Uncle Ted, he was a victim of MK Ultra. Bright young man, and then just went crazy because of that program.
There was something there that they were pushing that was out of the box. That's not boomer music. Boomer music is Bruce Springsteen. Just cookie cutter, corny, cringe. Nothing creative about it, nothing groundbreaking. Just let's try just to make these radio hits and just try to get as much money as we can out of this product. It was a product. It's a product that they sold, an Americana blue jean product music that they were trying to sell to as many people as possible. And that's what boomer music is, completely packaged. At least with some of these silent gen guys in the mid 60s, there was like experimentation. You know, it was completely off.
Yeah, boomer, like, man, boomer music, man, it's just, I don't know. I don't think most of it's very good. I just don't.
But there was something at least there that was unique. Boomer music is just terrible. Give me Gen X music. Give me millennial music. I will take a juggalo over.
I'd rather listen to Drift King by Cyrax over and over again than to listen to just like boomer shit. They challenged him to a debate in college and then used the new techniques. Let me give you a hint. It's basically gaslighting and mental abuse on the victim to get a false confession through stress. Bro, exactly. It's so, that alone is so brutal. Like, just, like, seriously, it's really insidious. No wonder. I'll give the leftists a tiny bit of props in regards to, like, saying, my gaslighting bad. I agree. That's something I could agree with them on. But wouldn't you know, they are exceptionally good at it. Very good. Don't work on someone that don't give a shit. Yeah, that's also true. That's also true, Knight. I just don't give a shit about much. If somebody were to call me a racist, I don't care. Sexist. Oh, you're a racist, sexist, homophobic. It's like, I don't give a fuck. I own those labels. I don't care. I own those labels. I'm sick and tired of living in this society. And if that's the cure, and if being, an edgelord is the solution, it's like, I'm gonna be that because I value society more than I value your feelings.
Over Bruce Springsteen any day, okay? I don't know, maybe that's pushing it, but terrible. Now, there's a debate. Which nation has the worst boomers? I think that maple boomers are definitely a big contender. French boomers, I heard, are pretty bad. We'll get into that.
Oh, bro, don't get me started on Canada. Don't get me started. Their boomers, I thought our boomers were bad. No, Canadian boomers are absolutely wild in the sense that they actively want Canada to collapse. I mean, think about it. They are definitely the reason why there's so many Indians in the country that are just shitting in their rivers and on the beaches.
But maple boomers, think about it. Maple boomers, leaf boomers, they didn't have nom. Okay. A lot of.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, they didn't have any sort of war that they had to like be drafted, and they were not the threat of nuclear annihilation. That was America, not Canada. So Canada basically was just like, oh wow, we see what's going on in America. We're just going to emulate that and do it, quote unquote, better and make things worse for the country in a long period of time.
People in my or not a lot, but there's a couple things about nom and boomers fighting in nom, and therefore we should respect them. Okay, my boomers.
North Europe boomers too. Maybe worse than Canada in some aspects. Faint oy vey!
Oy vey!
In the distance.
Didn't fight nom. The European boomers didn't fight nom. And the American boomers who fought nom, okay, only around 2% of all boomers saw combat in nom in America. And those weren't trust fund boomers. Those were rural boomers. Those were working class.
Yeah, I'll give the working class and rural boomers some credits. Like it's like at least when they fought in Nam, it's like they at least actually had something to fight for, at least in their hearts and minds. But most boomers did not see combat. They just didn't.
As boomers, those were Southern boomers mostly. A lot of the trust fund boomers, guess where they went? They went to the Maple
or the schizos that actively wanted to fight like my great uncle.
Kingdom.
Oh.
And a lot of them started drug empires up here. Okay? Boomer, drug empires. We got all these draft dodgers up here who made all this drug money and have these like forest palaces out west. I've seen them. I've been there. They're crazy. And
Chilean boomers are genuine communists, so they're the worst. Oh, man. That's something you got to tell me about a little later, Pickle. I don't really know anything about Chilean boomers or Chilean history, really. I know you're Colombian, not Chilean.
That's how a lot of these guys got started. So anything you can throw at me to defend them, I'm going to have not a statistical retort. I'm going to have a real life example that I've seen with my own eyes that disproves whatever I'm being taught. So maple boomers are pretty bad. There's a chart with all the different pensions that boomers get. French boomers get a lot. The whole country is ruled by those boomers with an iron fist. If they even catch a whiff.
Oh, gee, no wonder why France has been going down the shitter so much. The boomers control everything. And they probably voted for Macron because, he's a nice looking young man. Oh, oui, Jeffrey. He is a very nice looking young man. And gee, no wonder why the country's so fucked.
That they might be losing some of their boomer UBI. They will.
Oh no! Not our participation program money. No, we've earned that retirement. We've earned our social security. It's not UBI. Rage. It's like yeah. You're the ones telling us about my participation trophies. Social Security is a participation trophy. The fuck are you talking about?
Just protest and shut down the whole country. And in terms of, we'll get into boomer UBI, but Canadians and Europeans have the highest amount of boomer UBI, aka Social Security.
This be why I'm
once
fishing.
You get east of the Berlin Wall.
Japanese boomers were selling cars or some shit. Yeah, at least the Japanese boomers aren't destroying their country.
Well, things start to pan out a bit differently. Obviously, they don't have as much social security, and it's a different timeline over there too. In these Slavic countries, they had a big boom for Gen X. Gen X is actually a bigger generation over there, and it's a whole different dynamic. Maybe we can look at it, but I'm not an expert. Obviously, I am a Westoid. So now there's some subvariants of the boomer. A lot of people in the States, okay, you're gonna be more familiar with like the Fox News boomer. It's gonna be like your typical boomer. If you're in a red state, obviously. For us up here, it's the hippie to yuppie pipeline boomer. And of course, you're going to have that in like California.
Oh,
some
boy.
blue states as well. Basically, these people are the biggest hypocrites of all time. They preached peace and love. They preached anti-materialism. They preached environmentalism. And then when the opportunity was granted to them, they went to Wall Street, or they went into finance, or they went into some industry.
Yes, the yuppies. I forget what that stands for, but man, there's a reason why American Psycho was written. There's a reason.
Industry that paid a lot, and they became yuppies. And I've been surrounded by these types my whole life. Okay, this is like the archetype where I live is the yuppie boomer. You can see these people by their art in their home. You know, they have African masks everywhere. They have Native American art. Anything that's not from a European background, they'll just adorn their entire house with this stuff.
American Psycho is a book entirely about how much the author despises yuppies. Yep. Again, the yuppies themselves are a rather interesting class of people in regards that it's like they have everything. Like, they have everything, but they feel like they never have enough. Gee, I wonder what other group of people has that particular complex.
And then, you know, we've talked about possession, so I think there's a correlation there for sure. And there is an arrogance there that, you know, these people just have to talk down to you no matter what. A superiority complex.
Oh, another martini, Paul. Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks. Oh yeah. You know, we need to give shelter to the homeless, and stop all these wars, and we need to ensure that there's no such thing as racial discrimination, and ensure civil rights. And all the while, the yuppies who say that kind of shit are the most hypocritical class of people. Yes, HR talk. Exactly, Knight. Exactly. Meanwhile, anyone beneath them who says what they actually believe in gets fired. It's like, oh no, we can't have anybody say we can't have anybody say men's lives matter. Well, no, we can't have that. No. And then, we need to ensure equality within the workplace and ensure that women feel represented. So we're firing you for bringing up men's issues.
Not just from a material, it's a combination of material superiority and moral superiority that you never really have seen anywhere else before. It's just outstanding how they could combine both modes of arrogance into one.
Yeah, that is also astounding. These are the people who invented this HR speak, and they also invented the pull yourself up by your bootstraps mentality. How the fuck do you combine those two? Most jobs for women are daycare for adults, exactly. Or as the copy pasta puts it, Jewish daycare for adults. Let's see, sorry, I just gotta put myself to live. There we go. Let's see, I got some DMs. I'll DM you a video of an interview to show you that some of the boomers were absolutely hardcore. If only we had more like the nom-vets. Watch it after stream. And it sounds good. Some of those nom-vets are like they are actually hardcore. They were not the weak boomer men that I'm ripping on here.
On the one hand, we need to downgrade the economy, to deindustrialize, to bring in as many people as possible from every corner of the earth. You know, we need people from, I don't know, Papua New Guinea. We need the Sentinelese here. We need just whoever we can find, just bring them in. And then on the other hand, they say, we gotta.
The media literacy crowd severely misunderstands what American Psycho is about. It's not about men or anything. It's about hate yuppies. The thing is, they're not the types to say American Psycho is about lost masculinity. They're like, oh, American Psycho is about toxic masculinity. But it's like, no, it isn't. It's about what happens when a society, what happens when a society decides to discard masculinity. And what happened, and again, and the story, that is a theme in the story. It's like, what happens when real masculinity is discarded. I see the movie and the book, and it comes across as hardcore. I hate soulless corporate culture, which is what the yuppies created. Exactly, that's also true, and it also is a consequence of being a yuppie. It's fucking soulless, man. It's a soulless job, and they basically want to push the soullessness onto everyone else. I have a feeling the yuppies are the types are not the biggest fans of going to church on Sundays.
Pull ourselves up from our bootstraps. We have to be more competitive. We have to rise and grind, and just compete against the world, bro. In your own nation, okay? It's not even a team effort anymore. It's a solo PvP in your own country.
Yep. Thank you, boomers, for helping make such a hyper competitive job market by voting in the flooding of illegals and H-1Bs into the country. Thank you so very much, boomers. Again, you're gonna get what's coming to you in due time. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna grab me another drink before we continue. Okie dokie, I am back. I'm actually just gonna set myself here back on the center stage because I want to just have a little bit of a rant for you guys. I haven't done one of these in a long time. No, it's not a vent-a-thon, not yet at least. But I just want to say, in regards to what we've talked about tonight so far, what do the boomers support that I despise? I want to ask you guys this first before I continue with this rant. What do the boomers support that I despise? If you know me well enough. That's funny, Pickle. Anyways, feel free to answer my question before I continue with this little rant of mine. Well, what could be some things that boomers support that I despise? I'll give you a hint of one of those things. One of them starts with an F. Yeah. Well, yeah, one of them starts with an F. Yes, Dusty. That is one of the correct answers. Our greatest ally. Absolutely. Destruction. Yes, they sure like societal destruction. I don't like societal destruction. That's for sure. Well, what are some other things that the boomers believe in that I despise? Hold on, let me just scroll down the chat. Gate trees. Trees decorated with the gates. I don't know what you mean, Dusty. Yes, that's also correct, Pickle. But I'll just spell it out for you. Enough guessing. The boomers, they voted for feminist policies. They voted that's one way they voted for the collapse of our society is via feminist bullshit. Another, they very much love to say, oh, Israel's our greatest ally, even though they do fuck all for us, and we do fuck all when we do like everything for them, but they do fuck all for us. They also are very big fans. They are also very big fans of egalitarianism and equality. Other things I don't like. It's because they have this delusional idea that, the blank slate theory. It's 100% true. We're all the same. None of us are different. Yeah. Look at the consequences of blank slateism. The fact that we can't even have any real conversations in regards to like anything related to race. We can't talk about the crazy amount of crime that keeps happening because all that upsets the poor boomers' feelings. Boo hoo hoo. We can't do anything. We can't talk about anything that makes them uncomfortable. It's fucking nutty. It's truly fucking nutty. But the reason why they're doing all this, the reason why they're doing just everything that they've done to destroy society, it's all because, again, I've said it before, it's their own hedonistic desires. That's all they wanted. They just wanted to do as many drugs, drink as many drinks, and have as much sex as possible. Damn the consequences. No repercussions for criminals. Yes, that's also true. They are, for some reason, even though the boomers are like, I like having a high trust society where people don't have to worry about being shot or killed, and nobody has to worry about anything bad. But it's like, well, gee, Mr. Boomer, the policy that you're voting for, they actually increase the crime in your neighborhood. not decrease it. Turns out assimilation is a very real thing. And these people are not assimilating. The criminals who are hopping over the border, or the Jeets who are just flying over here via H-1B visas. They're not assimilating. They fucking hate us. You voted to let in a bunch of people that hate us. Wasn't my generation that started it. That was your generation that started this immigration bullshit. And don't get, again, I guess we could go back to Israel here for a moment. These people, man, these boomers, they call themselves Christian, but I'm not sure if they actually are. Because whenever you present them with any sort of knowledge, in biblical knowledge from the Bible itself, in regards to the Jews and those who run our country, they will freak the fuck out. It's like, no, the Jews didn't kill Jesus. It's like, yeah, the Romans killed him, but at the behest of who? Who wanted Jesus dead? Who wanted him dead? It actually was not the Romans. The Romans asked the Jews who should be crucified, who should be crucified? Barabbas, a thief, or Christ? And the Jews selected Christ. So yes, they absolutely had their hand to play in the death of our Lord and Savior. And then also, I don't think they know. I also don't think they know what Christ called the tribe, the Pharisees, when he was, during his time on earth. He called them snakes, a brood of vipers. And then in the book of Revelations, which was way after the time of the Gospels, Christ calls them the synagogue of Satan. And that's the thing. A lot of these boomer pastors or whatnot, these evangelical boomer pastors, and with their fucked ideals of equality and egalitarianism and blank slate theory and so many other forms of blasphemy and heresy. It's like, how? Okay, let me back up here. I'm getting a little ahead of myself. Okay. Okay. I've collected myself. They would be like, oh wow, you're just an anti-Semite. The Jews are God's chosen people. It's like, oh my goodness, it's just circular. It's fucking circular. It's like, oh my goodness, you boomer fuck, you geriatric fuck. I literally pointed the evidence in the Bible for you. My goodness. Our country's fucked. Our country truly is fucked. Yep, Matthew 23. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For ye pay tithe of mint and anise and cumin, and have omitted the weightier matters of the law, judgment, mercy, and faith. Exactly. The modern day Jews are absolutely the Pharisees of back then, quite literally descended by their blood too. And yet, boomer evangelicals think, oh, they should absolutely have their homeland. Jerusalem is their homeland. It's like, what the fuck? No, it isn't. They don't. Jerusalem doesn't belong to them. Jerusalem belongs to the Christians. That's your land, evangelical boomers. It doesn't belong to some dysgenic fucks. It doesn't. But to them, because of the Schofield Bible, the Schofield Study Bible, they are just like, oh wow, this is revolutionary, and the old covenant is still around, and it's just like, no, it isn't. Cool it with the anti-Semitism. It's cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks. That's what Patrick Bateman says. It's the boomer thing. Give away what's theirs to everyone else. Yeah, exactly. It's like, why the fuck would you want to give away Jerusalem to a bunch of dysgenic, pedophiles? Why would you want to do that? Matthew 12:34. O generation of vipers, how can ye, being evil, speak good things? Exactly, Knight. Exactly. And again, in regards to this, I would absolutely love if all the Jews were to repent and earnestly turn to Christ. Are they going to do that? No. A small minority will, and I will welcome them with open arms. They'd be in the same position that I am right now as a recently baptized Orthodox Christian. I'd gladly help them out despite my prejudice against them. It's the right thing to do. But man, the fact that evangelicals, like the evangelical boomer types, don't even want them to repent, that's nutty. That is absolutely fucking nutty. But ultimately, the boomer philosophy is that of the blue pill. They don't want to accept reality for what it is, and they will do whatever the fuck they can to prevent themselves from actually learning about reality. And the few boomers who do learn about reality are basically shunned by their peers. I have a feeling that Nam war veteran that you sent me the video of, Dusty, is probably despised by his peers for fighting Nam. Because I know back in around that time, it's like the boomers were absolutely protesting that war, and they were not exactly happy about the soldiers fighting in it. That doesn't mean I think Nam should have been fought at all. I think the fucking Cold War was stupid, if you ask me. Honestly, World War II, I believe in what General Patton has said in regards to World War II. It's like, we should have been fighting with the fascists against the communists. The fascists would have actually made better allies for America, but nope. Their tendrils were already in our country since before World War II. And yes, also the boomers themselves, their whole founding myth, it is World War II. It absolutely is World War II. They mythologize the hell out of that time period. That's absolutely the case. These types believe all you have to do is believe and you'll go to heaven, ignoring the rest. That's all. Man, I get livid. Personally, I get livid when I see people just say, well, faith without works. Faith without works. And it's like, oh my goodness. In the passage where you cite that, a few lines later, it says that faith without works is dead. Give me a fucking break. Give me a fucking break, boomers. No wonder why you believe in such bullshit like that. And to the Orthodox Church, once saved, always saved is heresy. It is absolutely heresy. And in regards to the boomers believing that, they're basically just trying to, not have to worry about repentance. Once saved, always saved. That is, you absolutely can believe that. It's like, oh, you don't need to confess your sins or whatnot. It's like you kind of need to. That's a very important part of the faith, is that you need to offer real repentance and try to change for the better. The boomers don't want to do that. They are very much set in their ways, and especially because they're old. Old people are very stubborn and ornery when it comes to their methods, for sure. The last king of Constantinople went out like a true king, charging into an unwinnable battle as a nameless soldier with no crown. Based, very based. I gotta take a sip of my drink here. But no doubt this rant is going to continue, especially since I mentioned that the boomer philosophy is quite literally the blue pill. Yeah, he was Orthodox, indeed. That last king of Constantinople. Yep. But I mentioned the boomer ideology of the blue pill. So it just so happens I have a video exactly about the blue pill, the boomer philosophy by good old What If Altis. But actually, wait. I'm getting ahead of myself. Here. Before we do that, I actually want to go over a post. So I am teasing something for something later. But we were talking about boomers and housing. Actually, no, we have not talked about housing specifically, but we have talked about boomers and money. So I want to bring up this thread here. From an Orthodox priest that I follow, Father Michael Lilly, and he says, "I have met men with similar bitterness and resentments in their hearts. While I can relate to the anger, such a hardened heart is a sure path to depression and hatred. This sad state of hopelessness leads you to see enemies where one does not exist, even God himself. Lord help us." Usually I like his post. I don't fully agree with this one, but let's take a look at the context behind it. So it's like a post from Mike Shelby. Boomers, let me put on some music too for you guys, because boomers are indeed a clown show. We have circus music here. So Mike Shelby writes, "Boomers inherited the best 70-year economic run in human history, all built on funny money debt bucks. They bought homes for 3 times income, got pensions, single earner families, stable jobs, and 8% interest on savings. All true. They didn't have to compete with the rest of the planet for education and job opportunities. Because the boomers brought these people in here. Thank you, boomers. And they'll never experience the reckoning of $38 trillion in debt and 200 trillion in unfunded liabilities, but their grandkids will be debt slaves and tax serfs to pay for it all, which we never will. Younger people are being systematically dispossessed in a political economy designed to preserve boomer lifestyles at their expenses. Let's say you're 40 to 45, graduated into the dot-com bubble or recovery. A few years later, suffered the great financial crisis in 2008 in your early career and economically formative years, and then the COVID lockdowns and recessions and QE infinity. And a few years later, whatever financial crisis comes next. All while losing education opportunities to minority preferences, diversity quotas, and foreigners. Absolutely true. The boomer HR attitude of the workplace that the yuppies created have absolutely infiltrated everywhere and is just making everything worse. And the people they're hiring, foreigners, Jeets, H-1B Jeets, illegals who hop over the border. That's just the easiest examples I could think of. They're getting jobs and they're getting paid, they're getting bullshit pay. But I remember Chronic bringing up something once, I think it was in 2023, where he was a generation from now, a generation or two from when these illegals are having kids and their kids are growing up, and they have to inherit the same bullshit that we're inheriting. And there's the only job that's around is serving mystery meat goy slop at McDonald's. They'd be like, why the fuck would I want to do this? When my parents had things so good, and I got things so shit. Oh, maybe they shouldn't have imported your parents to begin with there. And maybe your life wouldn't be awful. and you too would be a debt slave to your own country and not having to contribute to mine. Fuck. And then losing job opportunities to affirmative action and DEI. I hope we repeal affirmative action. It's no longer needed. It really isn't. Better yet, there's some parts, most of the Civil Rights Act should be repealed. I don't care if it gets me flack. Really, the only parts of it that should stay is, if you see, somebody shouldn't be denied medical care. Like, there's some basic things that people should not be denied. That's about it. But the rest can be repealed. Because, we no longer... And if it does get repealed, things are not going to instantly turn to Jim fucking Crow. And then having to compete with limitless foreign workers as your jobs were shipped overseas or replaced by H-1Bs. That's what happened to manufacturing. All those jobs are shipped overseas because, a bunch of, Chinese workers will work for cheap. All roads lead to Rome. A generation or two in the future, the immigrant kids are going to be in our situation. It's just a load of shit. And then experiencing the worst inflation spike in 40 years while property taxes and home maintenance costs went through the roof. Like how the house that I'm currently at, it's actually, some of it's still being built. Not much, there's not much left. But the costs of it are fucking through the roof. If you ever want to go over China and its relationship to the US, bring me on. I guess I could definitely be in another episode just about America and its relationship with foreign countries. That sounds like fun. I've been meaning to get my teeth more into geopolitics. Most of the time when it comes to geopolitical stuff, I learn it from Jay Dyer. Great guy, by the way. Let's see. Now you're trying. Let's see. Reduced economic opportunity leads to reduced annual income and lifetime earning potential. Now you're trying to raise a family in an asset bubble economy where your purchasing power is being eroded while healthcare and insurance costs eat away at your savings potential. Higher interest rates during boomers' formative years incentivize savings. A high-yield savings account today doesn't beat inflation. Boomers bought homes for 2-3 times income with 8% yields on savings. Millennials and Gen X get homes at 5 times income and 0% on savings. You won the economic lottery, so fucking spare me about not drinking coffee so you could buy me a house. And it was a response to this post. Yep, it was a response to this post. I remember seeing that post, and it's just the fucking faggiest, ooh, wow, don't, when are you gonna give up your $1,500 smartphone? When are you gonna do that? Pull yourself up by the bootstraps. Politics are like Warhammer. Warhammer 3 makes 0 sense. Warhammer 40k, you mean? Night Llama. Okay. So that was quite the post. Really was. So I get. And let's see what Father has to say. I despise the generation wars. I have 4 different generations living under my roof. We have to realize that each generation has been born into different economic and cultural situations. We need to be patient and help each other. Multi-generational homes will be the way forward. And you know what? I agree. There's a reason why I like the post. It absolutely is the case. That's the way we're gonna move forward as in Western civilization. It's especially, since I would like to have kids in the near future, a lot of them, but I don't think it's the best idea for me to just move out of my parents' place. For most of human history, multi-generational homes were the norm, and things worked out just fine. Things only became a problem when the multi-generational homes had multiple from different families, and then it just became a weird fucking longhouse. Longhouses are not good. Multi-generational homes are. a lot of that would be solved. And then also you could absolutely have like the arranged marriages that Chronic proposes. Yes, multi-generational homes are the way forward because it's been that way for generations until the boomers came. Yeah, exactly. They were they were like, "Oh, I don't want my kids to I don't want to live with my parents anymore." What did they do? But this guy does no shit, they were different, but this guy doesn't grasp it. Well, yeah, everybody has their blind spots, myself included. Boomers enjoyed a life of prosperity and selfishly squandered it all. And now the rest of us have to accept that multi-generational homes are the way forward. But yeah, let's ignore that for the sake of no generational wars. Hard pass. I will say, I think this whole era, we're learning that it's like, you know, the traditional ways were far better than, you know, whatever the boomers created for us. Again, the boomers were the ones who started this whole, you know, move out of your parents at 18 and just live it up. And I guess for people my age, it would be, live it up at college. Yeah, I feel like that's a hard pass these days. I like the point he makes. I like the point he made about the homes. No, yeah, I think just in general and I know, much to my parents' chagrin, that it's like, you know, as much as I would like to have my own home, right? At the same time, I also see there's a lot of value in actually, like, you know, raising a family here, like at my parents' place. Like, I don't see the problem with it, but women are like, no, that's icky. That's so icky. But I'm over here just like, no. Humans throughout almost all of history have done this, and it fucking works. But yeah, basically, yeah, it's basically that. But again, I agree. And I do have bitterness and resentment for the boomers, because I feel like I think it's a bit beyond my beyond my personal issues. I just see what's happening in society because of the boomers, and I'm just like, oh my goodness, this is all your guys' fault. Thank you for letting me inherit a broken society. But again, there's a reason why I say, Lord have mercy on the boomers. Lord have mercy on them. I have to pay $300K for materials costing at most $40K, and we damn well know it's not going to the lads employed, and since it ain't going to them, they just do the bare minimum, so you end up with a shit home. Oh, and the funny BlackRock. Gee, we all know Larry Fink is Jewish, but he's also a boomer too. Women see it as icky nowadays because in a multi-generational home, the grandparents usually have final say on most things, and a woman won't be outmatched. It is how they see it. I have a lot of rage in my heart for how I was wronged and how we've all been robbed. I think it's a good thing to just let it out, let out that anger, but then don't I would say try not to let it consume you. That's just a tip of advice, because then that becomes wrath, and wrath makes people do terrible things. That's why it's a sin. Alrighty, I think that was a nice little diversion, you could say. But now we could finally talk about the philosophy of the boomer. But let's see. I'm just gonna ask a small favor. Actually, nah, never mind. that would kind of ruin it. Sorry, Pickle. I'm not gonna have you on tonight. But let's see. I get headaches when I get too angry, so it's self-containing. Yeah, that's something else too. You really can't get like insanely angry. That's not a good thing. Let's see. Sorry, I just had to check my Twitter feed for a bit. But bad, Orange, bad. I was ready, and now you chew me. Inside of you are two wolves, and they both won't stop fucking. I'm banning Cairo again. No, Pickle, no. Actually, let's see. I'll actually DM you, Cairo, if you want to join. Let's see. Would you want to join me for this segment? I'm actually just gonna ask you. I think it'd be fun. I think this is definitely a subject I'd like to have you on for. Yeah, I sent you a DM if you'd like to join now. What if no? No, not true, Pickle. Oh wait, I am part Jew by blood, unfortunately, not by faith. But I don't know. I felt like it's a bit of a bit more serious show tonight, so I think it fits for a more serious person to come on. Just DM me when. Let's see. I'll just see. Yep. Okay, I'll give you a call then. I'll start a voice chat. What's up, Cairo? Yep. I heard the stream in the background.
Okay, I'm here.
There you are. And Sheffo says, you need me to tell your audience that you were on Epstein's Island. I remember that. And one of my other friends is just like my goodness, Scurvy. He's just. Anyways, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good. I got most of my drink left, so I've been having that. Okay, yeah, it looks like Dusty can hear you. Okay, actually, let me see if I have my audio settings. Yep, it's on the correct settings. Alrighty, so what are your experiences with dealing with boomers?
Kind of the usual. You tell them what's wrong, they either blame everyone but themselves, or they double down on it.
Oh, I wonder who that reminds you of. What some other group that reminds you of?
That reminds me of a lot of groups.
I feel that. Whether it's women or Jews or blacks or a lot of or some others. Those are the ones I could think of off the top of my head.
Yeah. Them and kind of like teenagers and children. They'll do that too.
That's also true. But yeah, so I have this video here from I'll share it with you too. The video. Basically, it's a video from What If Alt Hist in regards to the boomers' life philosophy, that being the blue pill.
Well, it's nice of you to share it because I've had to pause your stream so it doesn't overlap.
Gotcha. So, I'm here with my good friend Cairo, and we're gonna be going over the boomer philosophy. That is the blue pill. So let's get started.
There's a whole debate about how honest the field of history is that's going on now. This is a discussion I think society should have, but I don't think we frankly have the literacy or the honesty for either our chattering or ruling class to do so now. In that when you're looking at studying the past today, you find that almost all criticisms about how history is written come from a place of ideology, and that they only care about the politically important current events. Our entire culture has been consumed inside the obsession of politics, and practically no one is genuinely looking for the truth now. When they look upon the past, they only see the reflection of the present. As a general rule, in the ancient world, the issue is
back in my day, we used to be able to ride our bikes down the street and not have to worry about getting mugged.
Well, back in their day, history was written correctly to a point.
I mean, that's also true.
Is lack of sources. However, for the last 1,000 years of Western history, we have so much evidence on literally everything, from each perspective, primary sources, tax records, notes, archaeology, wine purchasing levels and the price of grain, and all that kind of thing, that it's basically impossible to hide something big. Once you get outside that time frame to the ancient or non-Western world, sources can get very murky. Anyone who pretends to know what's really going on in prehistory, for example, is a charlatan. However, the real place where people lie is context. Humans have to live our lives as a sort of story with clear direction, which was one of Jordan Peterson's best points in his best book by far, Maps of Meaning. That book is so incredibly good, possibly one of the most important of this century, and I think a lot of people who
So let's take a read at this text wall. Maps of Meaning by Jordan Peterson was such an important book for me, since what he does is look at psychology and neurology, which are some of the academic fields most susceptible to pseudoscience and propaganda. Through looking at scientific research on psychology, he matches it with the traditional religious views of the world, proving that humans need certain archetypes like good, evil, higher, lower, or stuff like mother nature or father culture. That's since neurologically our minds need to categorize the world in a functional mental map with a clear direction. This book convinced me of the importance of traditional religion, as well as showing me there are maps of consciousness that determine society and the world. And the thing is, in regards to this text wall, it's like, I think the boomers have like this, they have an idea of like, you know, good, evil, higher, lower, and you know, the other things that Rudyard mentions. I just think that in today, it just doesn't apply to today. Therefore, it's not exactly a great worldview, because it just can't. It's not timeless. It's of a time. That's the thing. Like, in regards to the whole, like, you know, conservative or traditionalist thing, it's like, it's much better to be a traditionalist, because you're looking at stuff that worked throughout many, many years. It's not just a snapshot of a decade in modern history, like, you know, like how a lot of modern conservatives just want to go back to the 1960s. Even though the 1960s were not really that great of a time period, all things considered.
Not to mention, when you look at what it says there with psychology and neurology, a lot of that is just guesswork.
Mm-hmm. That's also true too. A lot of like psychology and neurology, especially psychology, it's like that's full of like just propaganda and just so many wrong ideas. It's like there's a reason why where, I mean, that too, where, you know, people like Edward Bernays, you know, the nephew of Sigmund Freud, and just a bunch of other like just evil people just used a lot of like psychology to push their ends. And of course Sheffa has to make a comment in regards to his book. Pickle's a funny one.
I mean, it's not just them. When you look at a lot of psychology books, neurology, or even sociology, a lot of the, I guess how they would phrase it is, a lot of the meaningful authors tend to be women.
Yeah, that's also true.
Turned off by Peterson's career as a pundit don't see that he's incredibly revolutionary and important in his given field, or the intersectionality of psychology, human nature, religion, and neurology. Thus, one story hides as much as it reveals by its own nature. You'll find there are stunning historic lies which occur through the
That's not just a chance.
Yes. You must deny your kids from ever having economic opportunity, and you must import a bunch of illegals and H-1Bs into the country in 2 decades from now.
Quick, where's the Star of David on that snake?
The Star of Remfam. There's no such thing as the Star of David. It's a Remfam.
Tomato.
purposeful, deceptive use of contextual frames. You're only trained to operate inside your own frame, and thus the public can be legendarily gullible or naive. You can see where people are irrational or using propaganda in which they are incapable of looking at both sides of the coin. All good things have negative elements and vice versa. When someone says something is just unilaterally good without consequence, you know they're selling you something. For example, I loathe communism, but as I analyze communism, I try to explain why I think communism was so popular over history, operating out of the self-interest of communists. This is what I consistently found in reading histories of philosophy or world history.
It works because people sit there and it sounds good on paper. That's why it got so popular.
Yep.
But in practice, like most things, it kind of flounders.
Well, and by flounders, a lot of mass starvation. But to the communists, that didn't happen. Well, real communism was never tried, and just a bunch of other million copes. I fucking hate the copes that these people bring out. It's like, oh my goodness, such a denial of history right there.
And the thing is, you never hear about that when you look at other kind of governments where people look at monarchy. You never hear someone say, well, that's not real monarchy. It's like we just look at it and go, okay, they messed up.
Yep, exactly. They like, in terms of I think, at least in my opinion, the only time I really think that it's like it's in regards to like Saudi Arabia, but then again, that country has like a lot of issues in regards to like the crown. It's like, especially the degeneracy that they managed to get away with. That's just the thing about Muslim democracies. It's like they're full of this stuff. It's quite the common pattern. But now that we have so much technology and all that shit, it's just like it's crazy. It's truly crazy.
Yes. Saudi Arabia is very special.
Yes. But I hope it fixes up the fighting game community and makes it less gay.
A big shift in how they frame the world that occurs around the start of the 20th century or World War I. I've spoken before about how the World Wars brought about a cultural shift on the scale of the foundation of a new religion or civilization, which I call modern civilization, which I made one of my best videos about explaining. Once you hit the 20th century, you'll see historians who otherwise have the toughest minds in handling the past, passing judgment on the great men of history or entire civilizations, suddenly suspend all seriousness. Changes after this point are just unilaterally good, with no read on the costs involved.
That's a very boomer way of thinking if you think about it. It's like, that's all they want, and it's out of a sense of rebellion against their parents. They just want things to change for the sake of change. They're not thinking about the consequences down the line. It's because, I don't think they legitimately can, but I also think it's like they just don't want to. It's like a mix of both.
I mean, there's that, but there's also a bit of a diabolical feel to it. When you start getting into the modern era, you have the U.S. that likes to essentially bully every other nation. Become a democracy, or we're going to make you a democracy. That's kind of how it went.
And also, the thing is, too, it's like, if this is actually a bit of a thought that I had, like, just driving home from the gym. I was like, if democracy is like this great thing, it's like, and if other nations, if we need to enforce democracy, it's like, is it really that good of a system if they can't see like this system work well in America and they'd want to try to emulate it? Like, if we have to force it upon them, is it really that good of a system?
Actually, you bring up a good point there. I've never thought of it that way, but it makes sense now.
Something that's never happened before in history, according to their own book. In histories of philosophy, you see the jump from reading about complex figures like Plato, Nietzsche, or Spinoza to entries on the philosophy of mathematics or very specific hyper-autistic things completely unrelated to daily life, like whatever Heidegger did. You see histories that practically say that all of our human history was completely wrong, and we just gained enlightenment on our new perfection after the World Wars. After thousands
of years... Wait, let's go back. You're a regular reminder that this is how the normie views history. So you got percent of science and time. And then we have Rome, the Christian Dark Age. Even though the quote-unquote Dark Ages, the correct term would actually be Middle Ages. A lot of revolutionary inventions were made in that time. Like PAX 2 made a whole video about why the Dark Ages are not actually the Dark Ages.
Well, do you know why it's called the Dark Age?
Jews.
No, it's called the Dark Age because there was no cultural development.
Ah, I see. I thought it was like...
Go ahead.
I thought it was like... I thought it was a term that, like, Jews made. I remember hearing that, too. It's like it was just a term that Jews made to, like, just to say, oh, Christianity bad. I thought that's what that meant. Because I remember hearing that somewhere.
Yeah, the funniest thing is during the Dark Ages is when some of the most beautiful and elaborate cathedrals were built.
Yep.
That are still up today.
Mm-hmm.
I know, you see that and it's like, maybe the Dark Ages had a point here.
Mm-hmm. And then, and then over time, it's like, anal sex discovered. John Lennon imagined, and then Richard Dawkins, and then... But that is, like, the caption itself is absolutely true, because that is how the normie thinks about history. They tend to gloss over massive chunks of time, just so they could get to, like, they don't actually care about cause and effect. That's what I'm trying to get at here. They don't actually care about cause and effect. They only care about history only to pass their classes. That's it. They don't actually want to dive into the subject because, the school system makes it very boring on purpose.
Well, for the school system, it's all about memorizing.
Yep.
Because it's based on like a factory system. You memorize your instructions, you go do it, done.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Rothschilds. Thank you.
Gained enlightenment on our new perfection after the world wars. After thousands of years of people fighting tooth and claw for meaning or glory, psych, everyone's equal now, that was all stupid. They should have just adopted agnostic liberalism, and then the Crusades, Renaissance, empires, and religions were all unnecessary. Maybe if Plato read John Rawls, he'd see why meaning was unnecessary, since we should just give the poor more money. Maybe George Washington would have been smart if he had an iPhone. The point I'm trying to make here is that there was a historic...
Just hearing that, I know he's doing it to mock it, but still, brain hurts.
Yeah, yeah. Just hearing that, it's just like, that's exactly how some conversations I've had about history like play out to the normies I've talked about this stuff too. It's like, well, maybe they should have learned this in some way in their time, and it's just like, no, do you know what that person would have thought in regards to like the far left ideals that person was like spouting to me? They would have thought that you're fucking crazy and that you need to be in an institution.
That or just, okay, off into the river you go.
Yep. Let's see. The printing press was discovered in the or was made, not discovered. Oh fuck. I guess the alcohol is getting to me already. The printing press, antiseptic surgery practices were discovered and became widely used. Alcohol-based sterilization. Ooh, I actually did not know that. And that was when that was discovered, so to speak.
Work event which occurred at some point in the early...
I knew the printing press was invented at around that time.
Completely suspended any concept of seriousness or reality around life. Any genuine desire for anything or sense of soul was gone. This is an event that completely dominates every single element and moment of our lives today, but which is never discussed seriously. We are living in illusion about what the greatest shift of our age was. Welcome to what I call the blue pill era, the age of platitudes as religion, the age of Nietzsche's last man.
Back in my day, that's where you get the just good eye contact, a firm handshake, and a positive attitude. That's where that comes from.
Yeah, well, back in Grandpa's day, they'd also get a Switch. We don't do that anymore somehow.
Back in my day, sorry, a Nintendo Switch?
No, you don't know what you've never heard like an old person or your dad say, go get a Switch?
I don't think I have.
That usually means go get a very thin branch off a tree, bring it here, you're about to get spanked with it.
Yeah, no, that never happened with me.
No, you were a much better child then.
Well, I was also, until I was like 6, I was like very autistic. I'm just autistic now.
Age of plastic. When you look back over history, you see certain historians stuck in the worldview of their ideology. People don't have ideas, ideas have people, to pull from the Jungian tradition. The great irony is that the story of the 20th century will be written centuries from now in an almost diametrically opposite narrative than today. We stopped being able to see the world honestly since we became conquered by a new religion, one whose dominant precept was that it was not a religion. The new elite brought about a tyranny greater than the Catholic Church, Rome, or China. The West is now only waking up to its rapid domestication and the death of our soul. I wish I was exaggerating, but I'm not.
Back with
okay, yeah, we're skipping this sponsor.
Actually, it's amazing.
I wish it was exaggerating too.
We have an exclusive for the next 48 a promo.
Part 1, the pills. It's kind of funny. I think that in the future, the red pill culture of places like
For those that don't know, 4chan is a kind of crappy. Nah, I'm just joking. It is a cesspool full of feds that has no moderation and was anonymous. Thus, what happened is that in the 2000s and 2010s, 4chan became a hotbed of the development of the new rights culture. 4chan was a weird combination of horrifying degeneracy with stuff like bizarre anime porn being a major cultural unifier with deviant troll behavior, like the whole episode with Shia LaBeouf. However, 4chan was also instrumental in the development of lots of taboo topics like sex, race, or rightism in general. 4chan and the Red Pill are different, but are inextricably linked culturally, since the virus of 4chan had gradually been losing its edge with the new center of rightist innovation going over to Twitter. Honestly, I think that I wouldn't say like the horrifying. I think the stuff like the horrifying degeneracy of that site wasn't a unifier. It was more of just like part and parcel of browsing 4chan. Like even when I was no pickle, I would not enjoy it. Anyways, I think that it was just like part and parcel. It was just to kind of gross people out, but like every now and then, and I'm gonna quote my Kamiyoshi Undead Chronic here. He said, like, 4chan is like full of just like this weird, like a lot of schizo shit, but every now and then it actually had some good nuggets of wisdom, and those good nuggets of wisdom would be spread like wildfire. Like, and it was most of that stuff was found on the poll board. Let's be real. It was found like either on R9K or poll.
I mean, I kind of look at 4chan like an insane asylum. Most of it is insane, but a few glaring pieces of sanity pop out eventually.
Yep. Also, sorry, I lost my train of thought there for a second. Never mind. I think it'll pop up later.
4chan will end up being written in legitimate cultural or philosophic history books as influential.
Yes. That too. There's like I think I have like something saved on my X bookmarks about like just 4chan posts about just predicting the shit that we're living through right now, and just about the nature of like things like women or the Jews. I think I sent the one in regards to the Jews on your server.
The reason I say that is that leftism is clearly failing, and the only thing that can really fill the void is rightist philosophy.
Yes, Anon, you can become a historic figure by schizo posting.
The further
I knew it! I knew I could become a historic figure! Oh wait, I'm already just starting to become rather infamous in the VTuber community. Good on me!
How are you becoming infamous?
Well, some people are starting to recognize me from some of the VTubers I watch. It's like some of their audience is starting to recognize me. Like I was I was watching like one of Mari's streams, and I was just like I just said something funny, and now and then like some of her fans are like, "Yo, it's Scurvy. I know you, Scurvy," or something like that. That was funny though. That was really funny.
irony is that the older rightists or boomercons demonstrate almost zero interest in the intellectual future of the right, agreeing with the left in general values or direction, just wanting a slower speed. Meanwhile, the next generation of right-wing thought is almost entirely based around internet schizos. I'd like to say that 4chan is to the 21st century what black culture was to the 20th, in that most of the youth slang and culture today is originally from 4chan.
Black culture is to the 20s. Yeah, that's painful.
Shit.
Examples of words that are from...
That's it. I told Mari she needs a man to wake her up so she could keep a schedule, and she went, what an odd thing to say. What an odd thing to say, Dusty. That's my Mari impression. It's one of my favorite ones to do. She totally does not live in my head rent-free, as with a lot of other VTubers and characters. The voices, Okairo. The voices. I'm totally being a schizo now.
Well, then you're fitting in with the rest of the VTubers.
Yes, I am slowly losing my mind, but I think it's kind of fun. I think it is kind of fun.
That culture is Sigma, Riz, Beta, Pepe, Grog, Meme Lord, Schizopost, Edgelord, Based, Cringe, Chad, Alpha, Cuck, amongst others. Older folks tend to not understand this, but the red pill
Riz didn't come from 4chan.
Was a seminal moment in the development of Gen Z, my age group especially. At this point, it's been nearly completely normalized among men my age, in that even leftist young men at least now faintly know about the red pill, even if they reject it. Funnily enough, the leftist managerial regime trying to suppress Andrew Tate possibly did more to legitimize it than he himself did. To backtrack a little, the red pill is a concept from The Matrix, a theme which I'll tease out more so over the course of this video, in that the fantasy setting The Matrix is set in is predicated upon the idea that there's this false but pleasant reality that people live in order to feel better about a fundamentally exploitive system.
I wonder who that applies to. It just so happens I think that applies to the group I'm talking about in this stream here. Again, the blue pill is the boomer philosophy. It's all about them trying to maintain power over the younger generations who are seeing through their shit. And it's like, no, like in regards to some of the stuff I mentioned earlier, it's like, no, boomer, we are not equal. We are very much different, you and I. I also, like, turns out being a sexual deviant is not a good thing. It made a lot of the women my age undesirable. And then also, your attitudes in regards to immigration are drastically fucking my life up.
In the movies, humanity is being harvested by an evil AI centuries in the future, which forces us to live in the illusion of the late 20th century so that we can look away as it harvests our energy more easily. Certain people are capable of seeing the edges of the Matrix, where they start to form a resistance.
The AI is using people efficiently.
Yep, our overlords can't even do that. They just can't. Again, the thing is, if these people were just evil, they would not be writing books about their about how they plan on subjugating the human race. So they just live in a pod and eat bugs. They would not be writing books like that. They also would not just be doing all these crazy summits and streaming the evil things they want to do to us, or talking about it. A real evil person in power would not do any of this.
The question.
Well, I think it's at a certain point that they just assume everyone is too stupid, and because as you've noticed, they just kind of put their plans out in the open, and it just seems to go over everyone's head.
Yeah, but for the few of us who are not like totally retarded, I'm very much a retard, but not totally retarded. It's just like, well, I could see what you want for us, and I don't want that at all. And it just so happens, it seems like a lot more people are starting to come to that. And there's a reason why Klaus Schwab stepped down from the World Economic Forum. It's because everybody was starting to catch on to what he actually wanted for us.
But here, I thought it was someone with a bat aiming for his ankles.
But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the current founder or if the current lead of the World Economic Forum, because I haven't heard much about them in a while, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if they were still up to some stupid and evil shit. But it seems like maybe the person who's running it now is a bit more covert about its operations and what it wants for us. Funnily enough, it started out as an organization that actually tried to truly promote actually better welfare for humanity, that actually wanted to increase the quality of life instead of us being goy cattle.
I mean, a lot of organizations were that way. The UN was one.
And look at what the UN turned into. Just another globo homo organization.
Powerless, no one pays it attention, and it does all the crimes that it accuses everyone else of.
Yep.
Offered to those who are on the margins of the Matrix blue pill world is, do you take the red pill to learn the unpleasant truth and you can never go back, or do you take the blue pill to continue to live in pleasant ignorance? The reality is that we do live in a sort of matrix today, which is something the authors could probably pick up intuitively, in that much of the purpose of art is to understand complex subconscious truths that...
Not sure if the directors of the Matrix could understand it now, considering, who they are. They're a bunch of troons who actually decided to take the blue pill.
They didn't just take the blue pill, they took a few blue pills.
Can't be articulated in the first logically. Almost everything we believe about reality today is wrong.
Things all of the rest of history believed that we don't. Men and women are biologically different. Race, sex, ethnicity, and class are partially biological. Progress is not an innate law of the world. Family, community, and nation is the bedrock of human life. War is a nasty reality to accept. Equality doesn't really exist, and I would say equality does not exist. The greatest things are divine, and the lowest are demonic. There are archetypal forms to the universe. Human nature is innately fallible. There is a divine and spirit world. Consciousness exists in its own right. Happiness has more to do with values and connection than with material wealth. That the universe is a self-reflexive conscious system. That history operates in cycles of bad times, decadence.
Just to go through a few, equality is a lie with no evidence for it and lots against it. Genetics determines half of human nature at least.
Fun fact about genetics. Genetics determine behavior is absolutely genetic. So many people don't understand that. Behavior is absolutely genetic.
Well, the thing is, it's not that they don't believe it; it's that they
refuse to
believe it. Yeah, they refuse to, basically, because if they believed it, everything they were taught and everything they say, well, that would make them look bad and evil. We can't have that.
Yep. And the thing is, I know for some people it's like, oh, but Scurvy, you're a Christian. It's like you're not you can't talk about that. It's like, yes,
Christian
I can.
Don't mean stupid.
Christian don't mean like what you said. Christian don't mean stupid. It's not a good thing to be ignorant, by the way. Ignorance is not bliss. Like part of being a Christian is that you should be aware of what's happening in the world, but you should not be of the world. There is a difference. I try to be aware of what's going on in the world, but these days I've lost interest in trying to be part of the world, you know?
Yeah. The way I see it for both Christianity and even Confucianism is that, yes, you should know about the wider world and everything, but only focus on focus on the things that you can affect. You can't affect the world, so focus on the area around you.
Exactly. There's a reason why when it's like there are things that I have no control over, but for some of my worries, like I'm able to put those aside by praying. Like a lot of times I've been praying for like the Christians in the Middle East and in Africa because they're going through a lot. I can't do anything about it, but I trust that the Lord is able to protect them, which is why I pray for them. And so I feel like at least to me, it's like that's actually rather helpful because it's like it shows that it's like I'm able to not like be consumed by things that are out of my control. It's like the best I could do is to pray for them.
Yeah, you pray for them, you hope for the best for them, and you want to tilt the odds better in their favor, so you do what you can.
But let's see, so Sheffo says, just be vaguely nice by our modern standards, Chud. It's in your Sky Daddy's book. And it's just like to those types, the leftists who refuse to learn anything about the faith, they will forever be worried about things that they cannot control, and no wonder why they always act neurotic.
Yeah, when they say that, all I can think of, if God heard that, well, Sky Daddy's gonna send down some lightning for you.
Yeah. I will not be preached at by atheists who don't believe in the Bible or Christ, says Dusty. Yeah, that's something else too. It's just like when it comes to the Reddit atheist type, it's like, dude, just shut the fuck up. You know nothing. Sit the fuck down. In the words of Cyrax, sit the fuck down, shut the fuck up, and bow down to me. Minus that last part, of course. But I would say bow down to Christ.
Yeah, I've always found it weird with the, I guess, New Age atheists who sit there and talk about Christ or the Bible, but they don't believe in it, and I'm pretty sure haven't read it.
Well, they like to read bits and pieces of it. I don't think they've read a full chapter of a full chapter or a full book of the Bible in their life.
I think it burns them if they try.
Probably.
Humans are not naturally good, and we aren't blank slates that can be arranged for any purpose. History isn't over, with liberal social democracy not being the end point of the human condition. God isn't dead. The disenchantment of the world isn't a real thing besides in our neurology. Culture exists and really matters. Men and women aren't the same. Biological race is objectively real. Modern physics has been installed by the government since the early 70s. A majority of papers in psychology have never been checked for accuracy.
Gee, I wonder why that's the case. It's almost like in regards to this, I wonder why that's the case. There has to be some reason as to why psychological studies fail reproducibility test. It's almost like almost the whole field is just a bunch of pseudoscience.
Usually it's because some of it's fake, some of it is also very unethical.
That's also true.
70s, a majority of papers in psychology have never been checked for accuracy. The CIA, Soviets, and Europeans all have decades of research on the spirit world and psychics. I apologize if I gave some of you a panic attack by saying all that at once, but you'll probably have to toughen up to survive what's next.
Yeah, you can't. You just can't be like especially in this world. And I know it's ironic. I'm bitching about all this shit on my YouTube channel, but you really can't be a faggot about what's to come. It's like you gotta learn. You gotta be able to at least learn how to deal with that. And it's not gonna be pretty. It's not. But I pray that I will have what I need to be prepared to deal with what is to come.
Well, it's like everything else in the world. It's going to be dirty, it's going to be ugly, but that's the truth of it.
Yep.
To be clear, I am unclear on how much of the peripheral stuff for that is true, but the nature of science is to throw ideas out and test them, not to hide behind convention. I think it's beyond disgusting that we agreed to live in a false reality.
So, in regards to science, I know I'm pausing the video a lot, but in regards to science, there is something I should make clear. It's like at least to how us Christians view it. So science is basically a way to help understand the world that God has created for us. We should not try. That doesn't mean we should try to be God ourselves. That's not the correct use of science.
Did you know something interesting with Christianity and science?
Yeah, a lot of the prominent scientists of like centuries past were Christians.
Yeah, they were Christian monks.
Mm-hmm.
That's what a lot of the monasteries focused on, is improving life and following the sciences.
Mm-hmm. And obviously, of course, honoring God while doing that.
Reality, and I think it's worse to continue to live the lie than to call it out. This is the great question of the blue pill, which can be used to differentiate its promoters versus detractors. Do they see the person calling out the comfortable illusions as a villain or a hero? One man's freedom fighter is another's terrorist. Is the blue pill demand?
Wow! Oh my goodness! They're at the White House. They're at the foundation of our democracy, and they're terrorists, even though it was essentially just a guided tour. And the reason and the footage that the news media kept on playing is solely the worst parts of that, and and everything was quickly quelled.
Yeah, it was more like a very impromptu tourist.
Yeah, it wasn't this terror attack on the White House. Granted, there were some shitheads, but I've seen live streamed footage of the event, and it's just a guided tour, like an impromptu guided tour, like you said. Akira, I'm just gonna take a few shots, and then I'll be back. All right. Feel free to keep the chat entertained.
You want me to entertain people? What's wrong with you?
A lot of things, Akira, a lot of things. But I need more booze in my system.
Okay, I'll mess with Sheppo then. So, Goblin Boy, this is my chair now. You don't get it back. I don't think Scurvy is Indian. He doesn't have that kind of accent. Oh, I'd like to see you try. If only because I don't have buck teeth. And just to add insult to injury, I'm going to... What's that word? Yeah, shell out a friend's book that isn't yours. No, you can't ban me. And that book is on the nature of America and the fate of the West. Now, everyone, don't get Sheppo's book. Get this one. I am not a Jew. Oh, you're a goblin. You're not middle class. You're the lower class. You're a peasant.
I'm back.
Welcome back. I've been messing with Sheppo.
It is a lot of fun to mess with a pickle. I'll tell you what.
Then, just to add insult to injury, I shelled out someone else's book instead of his.
Whose book did you shell? Mine?
I didn't know you were making a book, but no, not yours. It was on the server, my boy's book on the nature of America and the West.
Ah, gotcha.
And I think it's
I'm also reading the chat. BRB gotta evict a single mother of 4. He's probably talking about his wife.
Well, I hope he likes child support.
Nah, he's just joking around. Besides, he lives in Colombia, so. Anyways, let's continue.
An upstanding member of society, or a thoughtless sheep participating in a death cult. The reason that the red pill was such a huge moment for younger guys is that everything that underlies the blue pill is a form of luxury belief.
Huh? Race mixing? In my YouTube video?
Yeah.
Scurvy's mixed himself. It's a joke. It's a joke, leftists who might be watching this. It's a joke.
No, it
Or
isn't.
mate suppression.
Oh!
A theme which I'll talk about at greater length in a future video. The thing is that these luxury beliefs were not that costly in the time of the baby boom.
Honestly, that video in regards to mate suppression is easily one of his best.
Boomers, given the
Might
society
have to watch it
itself
in the
was so
future,
wealthy, with such
if I
high
haven't
social
already.
trust. However, as the average person slid into misery or poverty,
Here we go. This is something about the topic of the stream. By nearly any conceivable metric, you would pick the average American. No, hold on. By nearly any conceivable metric, you would pick the average American is markedly worse off than their grandparents in the post-World War II period. Gen Z has 90% less purchasing power than the baby boomers had in their 20s. Income has stagnated while cost of living has skyrocketed. The average American has less children, gets married less, has less sex, weighs 40 pounds more. Oh, gee, Rudyard, way to make me feel self-conscious. Gets several hours less sleep. I get pretty good sleep. Works significantly more hours a week and has vastly worse mental health. Inequality has surged to the highest level ever in America. In American history, while social mobility is at its lowest point. Things are not okay in America today. The average American lives in poverty with less than $500 total, with often no friends.
Oh, there is so much to go on off this. I don't know where I would even start.
Well, feel free to pick something. I want to hear what you got to say.
Well, if we start with the whole purchasing power with the where it says Gen Z has 90% less purchasing power than the baby boomers, it's a lot worse than 90%.
I feel that way too. Like if it wasn't for if it wasn't for my parents, I wouldn't have this awesome, super powerful PC I have now, and actually a lot I wouldn't have without my parents. I'd be fucking broke. And probably homeless without them.
Yeah, because back in the 20s, we were still on the gold standard.
Yep.
It wasn't until, I think, Reagan where we left the gold standard.
Of fucking course. It was Ronald Reagan.
And then
Reaganomics, everyone.
I mean, to be fair, he didn't really have a choice. It was either go off the gold standard or let the economy crash. All he really did was extend it.
Yep. I wonder how our lives would be different if we just let it crash and then we rebuilt.
Let's see, by our time, it would probably have been a lot better.
Probably would be on my second child already.
But to explain the difference in purchasing power, we can use the gold back then and the gold now. An ounce of gold around the 20s was, I think, $35 an ounce. Do you want to know how much an ounce costs nowadays?
How much?
Over $4,000.
Whoa, okay.
Yeah, it is way and far above 90%.
Oh, I'm not sure how to calculate the percentage, but it would, if I were to make an estimate, it would be probably, no, it wouldn't be 400%?
Around there,
400%
yeah.
less? Okay.
And the funniest thing is, it's been at 2,000 for the longest time, but it was around when the shutdown started. That's when it jumped from 2,000 to 4.
Ah, gotcha.
And it has not gone back down.
I see.
But yeah, that's kind of how bad the economy has gotten.
Yep.
And
Again, it's all so, like, the economy at this point, it's so fake. It's inevitable that it's going to collapse. Like, just at this point in time, it's just inevitable.
Well, the way they get around that is they keep using GDP.
GDP.
As if that means anything. I mean, yeah, that's how much.
Souls don't matter. GDP per capita does. When will you learn?
That hurts. No, that hurts my soul. Thank you.
my Ben Shapiro impression.
Yes. If only because you sound close to what he said.
Well, if you ask me, nobody should be retiring and enjoying the rest of their life. They should only just be working for me and for my master, Shekel McGoystein. Yes, I'm very good at impressions.
Yeah, and from what Dusty said, it wasn't Reagan, it was Nixon that did it.
Gotcha. But I do know some parts of Reaganomics absolutely had disastrous consequences down the line.
Yeah, and that's eventually what led to Watergate, because what changes he was making, certain people didn't like them.
Yep.
A statistically obvious trend I explain in this text wall, which is true in like 20 different ways. The cost of these lies grew greater and greater. In fact, past a certain threshold, I believe the elites maintain these lies as a way
that's how it feels like.
Keeping the population artificially weak and easy to control. The lies grew more costly and obnoxious as life got worse in order to disorient the public. As I will explain later in this video, this is even more true than I even state here. When you get younger than the baby boomers, the ruling class of the blue pill world, you see a growing degree of cynicism against the society and its structure itself. Gen X make up half of the business owners in America and are seen as an independent generation. The millennials are nihilistic, cynical, and doubting of everything. Gen Z is basically frothing at the mouth in every single limited cultural output they have. Our ruling class actively
as a millennial, I feel insulted about that.
I know for me, I am biding my time. I am truly biding my time and waiting for something to happen. That's when I'd actually go outside of my house for once and bring my Bible with me.
I mean, that's kind of the reason why I built my company, is to essentially do that just without the pipe part.
I see. That's smart. Actually, now, in this time in history, now is probably the best time to have a private security company. And I'm not just trying to say this to shill for it or anything. It's just, and with how unsafe everything is and just how chaotic things can get, it's like, yeah. I could see why one would want to start a private security company.
I figured that was the way it was going to be with as we all notice things getting more and more violent as the years go on.
Yep.
Campaigns off the destruction of their own society that they're in charge of. It's clear that the lies of our social code are tearing us apart, causing vastly more damage than any benefit they give. We've strangled ourselves on our own platitudes. Gen Z men bear the greatest cost out of any demographic from the lies of our age. I'm frankly shocked any Gen Z men feel the will to even pretend to care about what the system thinks. The thing is, they just haven't had the power.
Yep. I mean, hey, I remember when I was living back in my apartment, going out to bars and whatnot, I would tell a lot of chicks about just this shit. And, I mean, hey, it hasn't stopped me from, hasn't stopped them from trying to pursue me.
Yes, we know you're a ladies'
said
man.
no. Yes. But I did talk about a lot of this stuff, and I was seen as just like, not only is he tall, but he's also outspoken and blah blah blah. I got too drunk that I waddled back home or got some late night food. I didn't care about them really.
Or opportunity to buck the system yet, but the second that they get any authority, they'll do so. The irony is that Gen Z is hurt since the left is trying to target the established white elites, but since they're...
Do you see anything in regards to the title of the stream in this crowd here? I see a lot of gray hair.
Gray hair, women, a couple younger people, but they're like minorities.
Yeah, and if the younger people are white, they look like cuckolds anyways. But look at these fucking signs, man. Like this is how you could tell somebody is like demoralized. It's like, look at this. Like, I heart DEI. How is that not demoralized faggotry right there?
And this is all basically people who have nothing but time on their hands.
Yep. Oh, God is non-binary. Oh, blasphemy. Absolute blasphemy.
I mean, there's a whole book that says otherwise.
Yeah. Hands off are what the hands off social. Oh, oh my goodness, of course this is about fucking Social Security. And Social Security is a participation trophy. I'm gonna say it again. No. If you're telling us, you don't need these participation trophies, and you're protesting Social Security, you're just a fucking hypocrite, okay? That is the boomers' participation trophy, and that's also off the backs of our tax dollars.
I mean, Social Security is really just another tax.
It is. It truly is.
And I forget his name, but it was someone who was running for president, like in the, I think, 60s or 70s. And he was running basically going, yeah, we'll have Social Security, but you can opt out of it if you want to. And as you would expect, he didn't get to be president.
Gee, I wonder why.
Already established, they just end up hurting the young men.
No one is illegal on stolen land, says the old woman in her fucking 60s. As if you didn't fuck up our country enough.
I hate the whole stolen land argument.
Exactly. It makes no fucking sense. Throughout all of human history, it's been conquest. Land has been conquered.
I mean,
never
you can't
stolen.
steal it when you whack the guy over the head.
Exactly. Really, if you want to know a country that is stolen land, it's Israel. It's actually Israel. Technically, that area belongs to the Christians. That whole, Jerusalem belongs to the Christians. It does not belong to dysgenic Muslims or dysgenic Jews.
At this rate, what I think should happen is let's say God or some divine force should just come down and say, okay, you all keep fighting over this land. No one gets to have it now. Off limits.
Hey, I'd be fine with that.
trying to get going in life. If you're looking at this from a mate suppression perspective, young men are the most evolutionarily fit demographic,
Pickle,
and so
that's
targeting
funny.
them keeps established interests in power. Almost every single element of life is affected by the lies of the blue pill. Thus, it goes very much to reason that this demographic has every reason to defect against the ruling ideology. Meanwhile, the older folks have more personal, emotional, and financial ties to the blue pill order. What happened here is that as Gen Z men and younger folks in general tried to get going in a progressively more difficult world, one in which quality of life has collapsed, cost of living has skyrocketing, dating options diminished, screen in which
okay, let's look at this graph again. So 1981 baseline. That's when things were, well, I guess affordable. Household supplies. Okay, look at that sharp rise in 2021. And then other independent living costs. That just skyrocketed in 2001. And also 1990 something in 1990 something there. And then overall inflation. Median wages. Although, let's be real, it's not really compared to overall inflation and rent.
No, I think median wages needs to be switched with overall inflation.
Yeah, that seems to be more likely.
Quality of life is
again, Bureau of Labor Statistics. It gets government numbers. They'll probably exaggerate some things. Just like with the crime statistics, I have a feeling they're much higher than what the government statistics are.
Collapsed.
Well, I mean,
cost of living has skyrocketed.
If you read the notes, where it says other independent cost living, that's a bunch of things just pumped in there together. So it makes it look like it's bigger or smaller because prices for like toilet paper is relatively cheap compared to other stuff. So it kind of averages it out.
Skyrocketing, dating options diminished, screen addiction, mental health careening to hell, and an environment becoming progressively more
average hours spent per social media usage. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. I know I'm on Twitter a lot.
hospitable to human life. Gen Z and the young in general are forced to face enormous differences between the public narrative with their lived experience. I think it will turn out in the future that the current control on information that the mainstream media elite has today in the Western world will be equivalent to the Soviet Union before it fell. My friend Balaji likes to say that Marxism is to economics what wokeness is to biology. The thing is that our entire belief structure of wokeness is obviously wrong, which we know on a biological basis, since wokeness violates our core biology on a very profound level. The thing we're most biologically wired towards on a basic human level, so much so that their removal destroys us, are sex and its innate duality, competition, hierarchy, struggle, tribe, child rearing, religion, land, and everything else wokeness tries to remove or change. Wokeness is a shit test
like
by the
something has all that. I wonder what its name is.
I wonder.
Bureaucratic system as a form of loyalty test. If you believe things that you blatantly know are wrong in your blood on a biological level, like that men and women are the same.
Yes, the I support the current thing crowd. Oh my goodness. Oh my fucking goodness.
That's like 90% of people.
Exactly. And it's like, there's a reason why I agree a lot with Spoon's take on, the masses are unfit to be engaging with politics. It's like, they really aren't. The masses believe in all sorts of stupid things. The masses believe that men can be women and women can be men. The masses believe that, let's see, I gotta think of, I gotta think of some other stupid leftist belief. Oh yeah, free stuff. The masses believe that, there is such a thing as free healthcare. The masses believe that, that we're all equal. And just a whole bunch of other things that are just essentially just myths.
I mean, even the founding fathers of the U.S. understood that equality does not exist. Not everyone should get a say. That's why in the Constitution, the original one, it's, men and landowners.
Yep. men and landowners get to vote because it was that crowd that actually had a stake, stake in the game.
Interest.
Yeah, vested interest.
Or that good and evil doesn't exist, we will promote you inside the system. Bureaucracies work by mob psychology due to the absence of responsibility or leadership, and thus, as always, mobs enact very low-trust exploitive strategies.
Exactly. Democracy will always lead to mob rule. It's not like the worst form of democracy is mob rule. No, it's an inevitability of democracy. It's a feature, not a bug.
Yes, it's a feature, because once it becomes down to that, the demagogues can take over and do what they do nowadays.
Yep.
Thus, the system is demanding complete loyalty as a sort of power game against the population. For women, the main demographic the regime serves.
The state has become the de facto husband to many women. Yep, exactly. Again, there's a reason why I'm actually rather harsh when it comes to single motherhood. The fact that they're just a drain on our tax dollars, and that they're incentivized to have a lot of bastards, makes me very mad. Also, the fact that the state is willing to provide instead of the church helping out as a charity. It's like, that actually has some consequences too, because if the state is doing the charity, well, that means what's the purpose of the church then?
Well, it's also that the state will continue to do it no matter what.
Yes.
The church will do it and try to help her find another husband.
Yes, that is also true. That or maybe, or as it was, it's like maybe even help them get back together.
Yeah, but in our society,
I'll let you finish. But yeah, in our society, it's like, no. The state is just like, try just you like, and even then, I've said this before in regards to this subject. A lot of the money in regards to child support and alimony and all that doesn't go to the kid. It just doesn't. It doesn't go to the kid. Again, there's a reason why. Especially in my earlier days, but still now, I still like to talk about this subject. It's like, divorce is such a brutal thing for a guy to go through, because he still has to provide. And even then, she could still have a job, but he's still forced to pay. It's fucking nutty. And considering all the DEI initiatives or whatnot, it's like she's probably going to get a better job than he ever could.
I mean, there's several cases that you can see on like court TV shows where the woman will have like a job that makes $300,000, and the guy only has a job that pays maybe $50,000 or $60,000, and he's still paying all of the child support and everything.
Yep. But let's see. Since in a pre-industrial society, women were dependent on men in order to protect and provide for them. Since the systems men built became so effective, it meant that women were no longer reliant on individual men to support them, which is the origin of feminism. All that and a bunch of old Jewish broads who could not get men for the life of them. Female liberation is predicated off the stage of being able to use welfare or the police and military in order to take over the roles that in a normal society the woman's family would have taken up. Thus, leftist women exist in a sort of parasitic relationship with the state or system, turning their loyalty signaling mechanism to the left into a religion. What do you think about that?
That's also another thing. Apart from the going to the church for help, a woman whose husband died or they got divorced would have her own family to fall back on. That was kind of the whole thing with dowries and the like.
Yep.
And you don't want to get me started on feminism.
I do recall the King's Council in regards to feminism. You say some based shit, my friend.
Yeah.
It has become their husband, and they forsake their own children for it. The Blue Pill Order is fundamentally a boomer regime, in that the Blue Pill came in roughly around a little bit after World War II, and now it's falling apart as the boomers age out. And the reason that the boomer can't break with the regime is they know all of this subconsciously, since from Saw, or a term I invented for studies in ancient wisdom, humans innately understand hierarchy and power relations on a deep biological basis. The boomer
That's honestly true. Again, behavior is genetic, and that is a behavior that we have inherited, is the understanding of hierarchy. But many of us choose to forsake that, and replace it with just bullshit.
I mean, it's not just that. We have it throughout our entire life. You know,
Mm-hmm.
every business has an owner. Every a CEO, it has a board, it has a manager, so on and so forth. It has a hierarchy.
Yep.
So, so does everything else in our life. But when it comes to government, we can't have hierarchy in government.
Apparently not. That's just too. That's just too much to the average normie.
Enough benefit from the system, and the system has broken all of their other psychological stabilizers, whether religion, masculinity, community, family, ethnicity, amongst others. Thus, they have become completely dependent on the system. This is why the normie doesn't rebel, even though it's so obvious that this is an evil and twisted system, since the system has removed every other psychological stabilizer and destroyed every attempt at independence already. The normie, by rejecting the system, rejects their god.
As Balaji likes to say, the 19th century was
Yeah, that's the thing too. It's like considering I've been, at least in my own personal life, it's like I used to be quite the leftist in my younger years. But now it's like I've been so utterly betrayed by that system. It's like, I'm just gonna, fuck. I'm trying to think. I'm just gonna be like the prodigal son and come home. And you know what? Ever since I came home, life's been a lot better. So I ain't ever going back to that progressive bullshit lifestyle.
I don't think they take you back.
Yeah, they wouldn't. Besides, I'd probably kick their asses in a fight.
In which God mediated the social structure. In the 20th century, where the state did, where effectively we worshipped the state as a god. And the 20th.
Yep, a network-based religion will probably return to the religious views that most of the pre-industrial world had, that God is in a relationship with the world in which consciousness itself is the anima mundi, or the mind of God, effectively that creation is a sort of reflection of the mind of God. In the same way that the 19th century viewed God as social rules, since those were the foundations of their society, and the 20th century imagined the state as their god through socialist progressivism. The 21st century will probably conceive God or religion like an interconnected web which produces mind organically from it, or how an internet-based society would perceive religion.
Okay, and in English, what does that mean?
Oh boy, to translate all that into English, basically, how people in the old world viewed God is, okay, well, I gotta think this through, man. I might have had a little bit of liquor that prevents me from truly thinking about this stuff in a way that I could translate it into English. But basically, it's like people have, God created the standard. God created the standard for us to live by. That's a way that I could put it. And for our view, we are learning about the standards that he is providing for us via the internet, and from one point of that web, it stems out into many other things, like a web. That's how we view it. That's how I could translate that into English.
Okay, even in English, that still sounds like garbage.
Okay, how else do I translate it further?
I mean, it's not that you need to translate it more. It's just that, to me, you go to church. The church is the church. That's your religion. You go to it. The an internet-based society shouldn't be perceiving the religion any different.
Yes, that's true, but it starts from. But the thing is, like, the interest in, like, the further interest in learning about, like, tradition or whatnot. This is kind of how I went about it. It's like, when I wanted to start learning about orthodoxy, I wanted to first learn about how the Orthodox understood God, and then from that I started learning about the other things that surround him. And then there's again, it eventually just turned into like a web.
Oh, so that's what you meant by a web. Okay.
Yes, there's a starting focal point to it. It's not just scattered. It has a center. It has a foundation.
21st century will be one in which the network is the dominant social organizing principle, and that's
actually, one second. I noticed we are a little bit low on viewers, so I'm just gonna send another post out on Twitter. I'm still streaming, and I have my friend. I'll tag you, Okairo.
Oh, okay. And to help you out, I'll repost it.
Thank you.
Does that mean the goblin left and I can make fun of him?
He's probably still here, let's be real. He is my friend after all. And I just wanted to see what if I collect home. It's like one of my friends posted something schizo. She's pretty funny, not gonna lie, unintentionally, but she knows how to make me laugh, which is kind of rare for a woman to do. But anyways, I did post it.
Yeah, I saw. I reposted it.
But yeah, let's continue, shall we?
Well, before we continue,
okay.
But it's something I wanted to bring up to you just out of curiosity, and I guess we can wait a few minutes to see if anyone pops in. Now, with how Christianity kind of has its, I guess, with modern day, some people don't look at it the same, with atheism growing more and more, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what would, because I think I brought this up with archaeosophy before, but I think one way to help Christianity grow is, I wouldn't say to evolve it or change it or anything, but I would think having more public events would probably help it.
So what do you mean by, like, public events?
Well, the closest thing I can get to as an example, well, like in Japan, when they're when the Shinto shrines do their thing, they have a lot of people come and see. It's usually made into a festival, that kind of thing.
Okay, I know what you mean. So funnily enough, a lot of like Greek Orthodox churches, like Scurvy's Greek Orthodox. So the church I go to actually has like a Greek festival. They host it twice a year, and it's a fun time. I started volunteering there actually a few weeks ago. It's like twice a year. First one I volunteered was just like a few weeks ago. I plan on volunteering for the summer one next year. But that's a lot of Greek Orthodox churches will do that. That's how they absolutely will host public events to incentivize people to go. But there's also like a dedicated section of that festival to have a tour of the church.
Oh, well, that's nice.
What's up, Dongus Khan? But yeah, absolutely. I fully agree with what you're suggesting here, and I feel like it really is only the Orthodox Church who will do something like that. I'd say more so. I haven't seen any like Russian festivals in regards to the Russian Orthodox churches. I think the festivals are mainly something the Greek Orthodox do, but I'd have to do some research on that.
Yeah, because when I was talking with him about it, that was my one thought. It's like, well, if we want Christianity to grow, why not try more things like that?
Yeah, absolutely. That I fully agree that something like that is absolutely like edifying. Not in the way that most people think it is, but it's just like, okay, you're already there, and the food is already fucking spectacular. So why not take a look at in the church and see how it looks, and they might have a little bit of divine inspiration there, and they might want to be members.
Yeah, not to mention it opens it up to the community. A lot more people might come to visit, and as they get to know people, hey, maybe I should go to church and see how this is.
Mm-hmm. And considering that the people who volunteer for these festivals are the church, are the congregation at the church, it's like you actually get to meet the people who go to this place every almost every Sunday, and see and you'd actually be able to like antiquate yourself with some of the people there, and eventually you might actually form like a pretty deep bond with somebody.
Yeah.
Reflected in our concept of God and religion. What we're seeing now is the painful and complex shift from a state-based social structure to a network one. Meanwhile, for the mostly younger guys, the system offers us literally no reason for cooperation. The system openly spits on us, refusing to offer us literally anything, or even the basics like work, mate, and meaning that all societies look for. Thus, what's happened is that this demographic looks for any other answer to the realization that their entire worldview is a lie, and their society is actively built off hurting them. Only a few are strong enough for these truths, but the rest will gradually have to learn them as people realize how desperate the situation is. The lies of the regime are most obnoxious and obvious in dating. The regime would firstly have us believe that there are no deep divisions at all between men and women.
Well, yeah, there are some pretty deep divisions between men and women. No thanks to feminism. But in regards to that, it's like feminism has arguably been the most effective, if you ask me, it's been the most effective wedge between men and women that I could think of. It's been the most successful tool that the Jews have ever created.
I mean, I think it's the only tool that's been used against men, because when you look at everything that's been dividing men more and more, you can trail it all the way back to feminism.
Yep, exactly. And then when you start to understand, feminism, then you could learn who propagated it, and you'll be JQ pilled in no time. That's what happened with me. Let's see. Dongus Khan says, we should make everyone do crack and tell them God made crack, and then they can't say no to God. That's actually pretty funny. But that's also somewhat true.
I mean, it might work with a few crackheads.
Yep, it might work.
Unless women are better at them, which is so obviously a lie, it's insane we ever accepted it. Secondly, that women sexually reward docility and kindness, which women openly say they don't all the time. It's obviously true women are not as disposed as men to leadership or high-intensity positions, or that women aren't purely kind or compassionate creatures, since they constantly engage in high school, socially damaging relational warfare.
Ah, yes, GSR. It's actually quite common in the VTubing sphere. Albeit there's no men involved. With a few exceptions, notable exceptions, I might add.
Literally talking to women.
Oddly enough, a lot of the male VTubers stay out of all of the drama.
Well, yeah, we usually do. Really, the one exception, well, at least this year, was the whole Bow the Whale situation.
Will dispel most of the myths of...
Got into that all on her own.
Yep, and she still denies any sort of accountability, like the whore she is.
Our society, and if you listen to female music...
all female Gen Z music goes, I'm depressed. I hate myself. I have terrible taste in men. I can't control my own actions. I make emotional decisions that ruin my life. I'm only attracted to sociopaths. I believe in nothing. I'm addicted to drama. It's funny
So,
that
all the Taylor Swift songs.
yeah, oh yes, literally all the Taylor Swift and Cardi B songs. It's funny that women will constantly talk about the evils of the patriarchy, and then you hear them talk about their daily lives. It will become clear why the patriarchy existed. Most Gen Z female music is a cry for help that's never heeded. That's an interesting way to put it. I thought a lot of the shit that women my age listen to was just cope. Like they've made terrible decisions and they're just coping with it.
I mean, it could be that too.
I didn't think of it as like a cry for help. But sorry, Chica, you're not getting my help. Your body count is above 0, so good luck.
They'll openly talk
no hymen, no diamond.
About all their faults. The thing as well, and I can't overemphasize the importance of this on youth culture, is that women are attracted to power and aggression for its own sake. The reason she likes bad boys is that women
he could get all this right, then crash out and start worshipping Odin. That's true. You know, ayahuasca, man, it does shit to the brain. It really does.
Women are attracted to disturbances more so than goodness. They would rather feel pain than boredom, which is obvious if you hear women's sexual or literary fantasies.
Oh, what did you know?
Yeah, he is right.
You know, Cairo, women want to be fucked by were turkeys. That's how bad it is. They want to be fucked by were turkeys.
Gobble, gobble.
Gobble, gobble.
It's all stuff related to...
He is right to an extent. Women do prefer the more masculine traits from a man compared to the guy who just doesn't have any of that.
Gee, no wonder why so many women at the bars wanted to sleep with me.
Yeah, you're probably the only man there who acts like a man.
Yeah, I also like telling these bitches no a lot of the time.
And that probably turns them on even more.
Oh yeah, and I know sometimes, even though I was just like a complete, just like total shithead, and I was just saying all the shit that I usually say online, and I mean it's not like I wouldn't say it in public anyways. It's more or less just like I just saying it because I was drunk, and I found it really funny and to see people's reaction to like actually hearing the stuff that I actually believe, and I was just like, oh my goodness, the fact that I wasn't even trying to just like, I remember like a few times there were some chicks that they already had boyfriends, but because I was being such an asshole to them, they wanted to be a little bit too touchy with me. And I was just like, oh boy, I'm not having anything to do with that.
Yeah, that's because it's that genetics in them that sees you as the better person to be with.
Even though the other guy is was in much better shape than I am. But I guess, I mean, hey, you know, being an asshole and having the strength to back it up actually does prove something.
I mean, you are an orange, so you are unique.
Oh, well, yes, I am. I did have to manifest in the 3rd dimension instead of the usual 11th, but, you know.
Sex exists at a cross-section of power and dominance, not morality. That includes slang terms like alpha, chad, beta, cuck, sigma, Rizzler, amongst others. The obvious endpoint, if this keeps going, and it will, is going to be an amoral society with no clear moral standards and constant violence. This is part of the reason why I think the world is on the verge of a major wars and social...
Also, if you've noticed, the most people destroy of buildings these days is like glass, or they're just burning dumpsters. They can't even destroy things right. That's how emasculated our society is.
Those poor dumpsters.
Yeah, I feel bad for the dumpsters, man. Dumpster lives matter. Let's make this trending. Dumpster lives matter. Dumpster lives matter. Dumpster lives matter. Say it with me, chat. Dumpster lives matter.
The funny thing about this is, if you chant that and like put it on Twitter, people are going to think you're talking about the homeless.
I guess I should post a picture of like a picture of like a plastic dumpster or something, or a metal dumpster, and that's how it will start. Dumpster lives matter. I support my dumpster friends because they don't like it when they're burning. They don't like when things are burned inside them.
No, dumpsters are meant to hold and be kind.
Yes, exactly.
The men hate the system and realize that if they tear the system down, women will.
You know what? I'm actually just gonna I'm actually just gonna post it right fucking now. I don't care. Just gonna find plastic dumpster. Oh, perfect. It's orange too. Let's see. Hashtag dumpster lives matter. I'll go. I am tired of seeing my dumpster friends be used to burn garbage when they are meant to hold things and be kind to those things in them. When you burn the contents of a dumpster, you are not just hurting the contents, but the dumpster too. There we go. Good old schizo posting. Let's continue.
We'll find them attractive.
Part of me hopes that gets trending.
I hope so too. That'd be lovely.
I can't believe so few others are capable of seeing this. The further endpoint beyond this is that you can't put sex as the dominant organizing principle of your society, since it will always end in this, which is why major world religions created social protections around sex or had engaged marriages picked by the parents. This is a whole different topic that would take an entire...
Our society is simultaneously squeamish, obsessed, and terrified of sex in the most immature way possible, since we're constantly using sex as a motivation tool without being honest about it. The society is driven off sexualization in the art or culture with the assumption that sex is the reward for a successful life. However, the society is completely incapable of talking about the realities of sex in a mature way, like what both sexes want or need out of it independently. At the same time, we have a profound squeamishness about sex that most historic societies don't. Keep in mind, nudity in art was normal for most Western history, and that they didn't have privacy.
Other video to explain, but our society is strangely squeamish, terrified, and obsessed with sex in the least productive way possible at the same time. Obviously, the entry point for the red pill, or the realization that the entire society is a lie, for most young men is dating. I can personally relate to this, since this was a journey I went through myself. When I was growing up, I was told if I wanted to be successful with women, I should just be nice. Keep in mind as well that
Well, back in my day, all you had to do to get a woman was to be nice. And then after a few times of the old in and out, we just get married. Well, she wasn't my first interest. We met after the sixth Woodstock concert. I don't know how many bodies she had prior to the marriage, but all I knew is that she was hot. And I married her for her looks alone. But now, I'm glad that she pussy whips me around.
Grandpa, did she give you syphilis?
What's a syphilis?
I'll take that as yes.
I was born in 2001, so when I was a teenager growing up, the whole Me Too stuff of guys shouldn't ask out girls or
do you know the people who like to parade the Me Too stuff the most?
The ones who can commit all of it?
Well, yes, but in regards of the women, Like, look at these two specimens right here. They're not very good looking. Especially the black one.
No, not really. They look more like fives, and if I've got no one else, I guess I'll marry them.
Yep, that's something else too. It's just like it's always the ugly ones trying to bring down the rest of us. Not even just what I mean by the rest of us, I'm not even just talking about women. I'm talking about us as a whole. They basically just use their inadequacy to try to tear society down because they're ugly.
I mean, it's kind of the thing, mainly what women do, and then the ugly men kind of go off that because they see it. Well, those ugly people are putting those ones down. Maybe it'll work for us.
The ugly guys are also just trying to look for easy pussy. That's the thing. The sneaky fucks, they are also a major contributor as to why society is going to shit. They are the most pussy whipped individuals aside from the boomer men. But I will say, in regards to, never mind. It was gonna be something stupid. Wouldn't have been the time to make that joke / truth anyways.
Or glance at them. That was the social mainstream. So for people my age, that was our normal, where we had to go back in time to realize how insane that is. And that advice that they gave.
Is that a Indian?
Just being kind and nice. That just failed, and it's completely terrible advice. But there wasn't really good advice I could find online as a teenager either.
It's a what?
A Blindian.
The initial culture
looks like he was half black, half Indian.
I gotcha. Also, what the fuck am I looking at? Like, what?
A hat. You're looking at a hat with a face.
I didn't know the sentient hats had their own, dreadlord style visage manipulation. Oh, geez. That's something else I gotta think about now. Are the hats trying to be the next evil empire that Tropicana has to take down?
Was really stupid with stuff like peacocking or dressing in strange fashion on purpose.
The issue with most of the early red pill is that, like business or stock market shortcuts, it worked on cheap tricks which are not replicable across contexts. What that means is that something like negging or being mean on purpose absolutely works. You just have to be like tall and like have a good-looking face. That's how negging can work. That's what happened with me. I was quite the negger. Or being mean. Oh, trust me, I recognize that. I'm not that drunk. I recognize what I said. Or peacocking or dressing ridiculously to stand out might work for certain individuals. Tall, attractive, good-looking in the face. In certain contexts, but stripped from that, it's like saying everyone should drop ship vitamins or go into enterprise sales. The reality is that much like the rest of your life, your dating is highly context dependent. Your own strengths as an individual, context and personality determine how you date. Also, women aren't stupid and realize cheap tricks like this pretty fast. Well, I was actually being earnest about my negging. Really, I was just like, I was drunk already before going to the bar. Back then I had a much higher alcohol tolerance than I do now. But I would get shit-faced doing this exact show before going out to the bars, and then I get more shit-faced after. And so, I said a lot of things that I don't regret. And that was just me being honest. I wasn't trying to do that to do pickup game or whatnot. I was actually interested in telling. I was actually interested in being a bit of an ass to these women, because it's like, hey, in my mind, deep down in the conversation, it's like, You know what? I think this chick kind of deserves me being an asshole to her. She's an asshole to me, so I just upped the ante 10 times. And she wasn't pissed off at me. The chick wasn't pissed off at me.
Of course she wasn't. You have from her point of view, you're not backing down. You're not cowering. You're not submitting. You're standing up and for yourself and being a man.
Yes. I also liked to give rather sadistic-looking grins, too. That helped. That's because I'm autistic.
Negging or being mean to women on purpose, both of which work instrumentally in different contexts, but are terrible underlying principles to operate on. I didn't actually believe that fully, since it didn't actually seem like these guys genuinely understood female psychology. However, every field starts out kind of stupid and amateur, and much like other breakthroughs, the red pill morphed into an entire culture. The thing that really helped me was dropping out of college, where I moved to Mexico for 6 months with a bunch of frat bros.
The first few years of my adult life were mostly spent with fuckboys, so I have a pretty good idea of who they are and what their people's culture is.
Man, I went to the club like over 50 times in those few years. It was completely not worthwhile, but I'm glad I did it as a way to figure out what I didn't want to do. This is what being young is about. Andrew Tate is symbolic for this, in which he was catapulted to
Oh yeah, the tranny, oh wait, no. That's a different guy. I mistook Tate for a different guy who thought fucking trannies was masculine. Andrew Tate is also a fag in regards to he would just send a bunch of these guys these really pretending to be a woman, sending these really horny messages on like OnlyFans as the girl, and oh my goodness, it was really gay learning about that. It's like, holy shit, so many guys trust him. Yeah, Tate did say he fucked troons? He did? That wasn't just John Anthony lifestyle? Oh, fuck. Oh, wow. Fuck. Doesn't surprise me. A lot of the major pickup artists, or pickup roaches as Chronic calls them, are just total degenerates. Doesn't surprise me.
Universal popularity and fame.
Tate said, better a troon 10 out of 10 than a 1 out of 10 by a woman. And I did literally actually saw that clip today. Like, in context, it's just like, bro, dude, how is that not faggy? That's extremely faggy. It's like you'd rather have sex with a guy who looks like a woman than a 1 out of 10 woman, who's biological.
Like, give me the 1 out of 10 in a paper bag.
Though for Tate, he was like, I'd rather have sex with Taylor Swift with a dick than Hulk Hogan with a pussy. It's like, that's still gay. That's still really gay. I swear.
I think in summer of 2022. He's symbolic of a certain cultural phase, which a lot of young men, myself, were included in, that being self-improvement. This is when the red pill went from its organic development online into the young male mainstream. I went through an Andrew Tate phase.
Yeah, the thing is with self-improvement, right? I've had a bit of a phase of that myself. I'm still kind of going through one. I don't think you'd ever stop improving. I think it's more or less just like, I think it's more or less, it's just like, that becomes your normal. Like, going to the gym, doing what you usually do for like athletic stuff. It's like eventually that becomes your new normal. And I agree with the quote from Tyler Durden in regards of it's like at some point self-improvement is just masturbation. It really is. And then let's see, Dongus Khan says, Chronic should have stayed true to ditching the red pill and just made a green pill. I mean, I could see why he didn't completely ditch the red pill in regards to, it's like, red pill, like, YouTube stuff, keywords, metadata, all that. It's like, it's probably a good idea to also help people like understand what he's talking about via that term red pill. Even though it's completely, at this point in time, it's pretty fetid and rotten. There is still something to be gained from using that. But then it's like, you took the red pill, now take the green pill, That's how I see it.
For about a year, and then I grew out of it. Partly it's that more stuff came out about his backstory that seemed genuinely suspicious, and also another part is that my fuckboy friends were normally completely dissatisfied with their lives, while the entire goal of that culture is to get laid and rich as much as possible.
No, yeah, it's such a culture like that, something that the boomers actually participated in very much frequently. It's like, it's not satisfying. It's great in the short term, but long term, it's soul draining. Again, in the religious context, it's like you're given a piece of your soul away every time you do. There's a reason why there's the term the thousand cock stare. I know for men, it's easier to recover from that kind of lifestyle. Whereas for women, it's basically impossible. But it's like, still, as a guy, you probably shouldn't be giving out pieces of your soul like that so easily. Sorry, had to sneeze there. Oh, Cairo, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Ah, there you are.
On top of this, I went through a
not much to
calculation.
comment on with this.
I think a lot of young men in the self-improvement space went through of, is this actually what I want to do with my free time? Where when I was part of that space, there were lots of people doing things because they thought it would be fun, and I saw very few people actually enjoy themselves. And I think hedonism's overrated unless it's with people you genuinely care about. And I don't understand people go to the club with complete strangers and then get blackout in an environment that means nothing. Don't do things you think other people want to do. Do things you want to do, because when
even with like close friends, I just don't see the point of going to the club anymore. I like having agency of when I'm able to go home. I like having that. I don't want to, if I don't want to stay out all night, I shouldn't be forced to stay out all night. And I like having things in walking distance most of all. And of course, going out to like a club or something, I'm not going to be able, I don't think there'd be an Uber driver in the world who would want to take me back to like home if I'm like out in the big city or whatnot at like 2 a.m. And my parents would probably be pretty pissed at me for doing such a thing. Just returning at 3 a.m.
I mean, not to mention, there needs to be other things than going to a bar or a club.
Yeah, exactly.
There are people who don't drink or like that kind of environment, but there's nowhere for them to go.
Yep. I'm glad that my twin brother and his friends are starting to like not go out as much and just kind of do things a lot more like inside. Like they'll still drink or whatnot, but it's more just like they're not really going out to the clubs as much. They prefer to like just play like nerd shit, And I think they seem to be enjoying that a lot more these days. So I'm happy for them about that.
It's safer that way too.
Yeah.
When you add everything up, you'll realize you'll get practically nothing from following the group consensus. They don't care about you. Their group doesn't offer you any benefits. So do the path you want to do.
There is one
self-improvement.
I don't have to deal with them.
Phase was the best thing young guys could do, but by its own nature, these young men self-improved out of self-improvement. That, or they just gave up and fell into nihilism. Most went in the latter direction, while fewer chose to go into deeper things like religion, politics, family, or glory.
Yeah, nihilism is easily the biggest plague amongst people my age for sure. Like I get where it comes from, absolutely, and unfortunately, I still have some nihilistic tendencies I need to work on myself. But it's just like it is truly a plague because it just nihilism taken to its extreme it's like it just creates more hedonism, and that's the last thing my generation needs is more hedonism.
I mean, I wouldn't say nihilism does that because at its core, nihilism is basically a cult of death. It's
Why, yes, but I have also noticed that it's like people use nihilism to justify being like a hedonist. I've seen that before too. Like especially people in my age.
In that case, I'll have to ask you to show me if you like have any poster like something like that around because I'm curious.
Lot of stories for sure, and just kind of asking people around, like at bars or whatnot. But it's more so noticeable among people my age. So that might be a disconnect that you and I might have in regards to this subject, at least.
Maybe.
But I do see, and I do think like thinking about it now, like I think a lot of the boomers, it's like in regards to like as to why they were such hedonists, it's like they, again, like I keep on mentioning it, like they grew up around the time of the Cold War, and they felt like we're all gonna die anyway, so why not live our life? Why not live our lives? To just be extremely hedonistic. That's how I see that, at least.
Frankly, I'm just too white for most of the red pill culture today, and I have no interest in hanging out
White
in any
people!
clubs. I'd rather try to emulate the great men of Western history instead to attain glory, wisdom, and power. One of the things I consistently find with the red pill is a complete inability to look at the external context of the world, where red pill culture has this attitude:
if you're not rich and you don't constantly get laid and you're not a complete Chad, it's your fault because you're weak.
There's this implicit assumption that if you try...
Yeah, that's the corruption of the red pill right there. That idea of if you're not constantly sleeping with women, you're just like some kind of beta faggot. That's not the actual red pill that I remember learning about. That's at that point, that's when the red pill started to become infested with cockroaches. It's like, no, there's a greater reason to life than the pursuit of pussy.
I would argue it's more of the blue pill trying to reassert itself by taking over the red pill.
I've actually never thought about it that way before.
Because when you think about it, the blue pill, the boomers are kind of the same thing, but you go to red pill to get away from that, and then it's all of a sudden starting from like the very basics of all that hedonism which created the blue pill, coming right back into it.
Yeah, actually, that's a really good point right there. The hedonism of the blue pill just masquerading itself, almost, you could say.
It's like it's trying to reinfect.
Yep.
And that's not how reality works. Reality feeds you plot lines, many of them are brutal, and you do the best you can in a difficult context. And I wish we'd have more empathy for how much people struggle today, because around us are the lives of millions of Americans living quiet lives of desperation, and we don't care at all. We just kick the poor and downtrodden and tell them to work harder. And
But back in my day, it was easy to get a job. It was easy to find a good woman at Woodstock. Why don't you just do what I did when I was a kid? Hey, Boomer McBoomerstein, things are extremely different now because of your political decisions and your actions. Ever think about that for once?
Yeah, Grandpa, back in your day, they weren't throwing people in by the plane load.
Yes. And our immigration policy was actually under control, and in terms of foreign influence in the country, it wasn't as bad as it is now.
I just don't like this culture where the red pill is innately judgmental, and it does so, and the red pill has some positives, but it's got negatives as well, where it judges people for unrealistic understandings of success. There's very little legitimate self.
Well, yeah, because the pickup roach's understanding of success is in that boomer paradigm. Like they might LARP about, like the Vikings and all that, but once you learn about how those people lived, it's like you'll learn that they did not live like the red pillars, the pickup roaches, I should say, would want you to live. They actually had families, you know. They had responsibilities and duties and things to take care of beyond themselves.
A good example of that would be my former boss when I was working maintenance at the Department of Juvenile Justice. Like, he worked in like one of the river boats. He was captain for 15 years, but worked at like 28 years. He was, and the way they do it is you're on the boat for 28 days, you're off for 14. For most of his kid's life, he wasn't there. As he was telling me, he would come home and the kids know who mom is. Mom is mom. Him, when he came home, he's just the guy that shows up every so often.
I see.
But like you were saying, he's the type of person where he did all that for his family.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not the type of boomer that we're used to seeing. He understands, yeah, things have gone downhill. He doesn't like it. He knows the problems his own kids are going through, and he hates that he can't do anything to help them.
Yeah. Honestly, that's actually rather refreshing to hear. I also know I guess to bring a personal example, I know my priest is a boomer, but he doesn't think like how a lot of people in his generation think like at all. I think it has to do with the fact that he's a priest, and part of being a priest in the Orthodox tradition is like you have to actually try to understand the problems that the laity that the flock that you're in charge of is dealing with. And part of that, there's a reason why there's quite a few Orthodox priests on the internet, is so that they could try to help out the people who go to their church out, you know.
Yeah, I mean, considering, let's see, since I don't follow Orthodox Christianity, do the priests do confession?
Yes, they do. Confession is a sacrament in the Orthodox tradition.
Okay, well, considering they have to do things like confession, and while they can't talk to anyone, they still hear like all the problems in everyone's life, so that probably helps gain a bigger idea of what's going on.
Yes, absolutely. And not to mention, it is part of their job to be kind of out there, to learn about these problems and to come to like an understanding about, like, maybe not to solve them, but at least to help alleviate the suffering in the laity's lives.
I mean, it was like you were saying that their job, apart from preaching God's word, is to help their flock.
Mm-hmm.
So if they decide, they have to go out and learn different things, if they didn't do that, they couldn't help, their flock.
Yep.
So what they're doing is just doing what they should be doing and helping their flock, which in turn helps them as a priest.
Yep. And not to mention, don't forget, I think I remember seeing this somewhere, but the person who goes to confession the most is indeed a priest.
Yeah.
Awareness and what happens when these guys fail, because they're in a fundamentally incredibly difficult era of history in which almost everyone in their demographic will fail. They can't admit powerlessness, and so
I just saw the includes paid promotion thing. So why not tell about my own little promotion? I'm sponsored by the Dragon's Treasure team, so you could use the affiliate code in the description box for 10% off your entire order on a bunch of cool anime-themed tea and tea products. There's also soap, there's also coffee, there's a bunch of other cool shit that T-Man sells as well, and he's starting to formulate some good quality energy drinks too.
And he has a little kitten.
And yes, he does have a little kitten named Wukong. He's adorable. Not as cute as my snails, though. I have to throw in some shade there.
So they're stuck in these cycles of self-loathing, and people are too immature to realize this is an ecosystem level issue, so they just constantly blame others for not reaching impossible standards of success. In general, young men today are divided between those who put their energies into politics to change the situation, those who try to self-improve their way out of it, and those who fall to nihilism. And what each of these all do is they don't accept powerlessness. This is an innately difficult situation where if they fail, it's not their fault. They all try to avoid the harsh reality that this is not a good situation. I find both camps of the
I mean, that's fair enough. I think I've started to recognize more and more just like the situation that we're in, because not just because of videos like this, but also like in my own personal life experience. It's just like things have just been getting worse, and I could just tell. It's not even just for me, it's just like for everyone. I know for me, it's, you know, stuff like my new computer has helped stave off that feeling, which, I mean, that's a whole conversation in itself, but just in general.
It's like if you just go out, let's say just like out to Walmart or any other store, and just, let's say you're not shopping, you just people watch, you'll notice things.
Oh yes, for sure. I know if I were to like actually go to like a Walmart or something, I don't want to be caught dead in somewhere like that these days, knowing all the shit that goes on there. It's the reason why I have such a certain kind of fatigue, even though my two best friends are black.
I mean, my coworker's black, and I would say, in the week I've known him, he actually beats the stereotype.
And that's awesome. I do like meeting people who actually break those stereotypes, you know? And then also a lot of my brothers and sisters in Christ also break the stereotype too, which is why I love talking to them so much. I'm not a very good racist, I'll tell you that much.
Yes, you are.
Shucks.
The nihilists and the red pill bros distasteful. Firstly, no mature person turns their entire life into sex. Past your 20s, it's just cringe and low class. The guys who are enormous players tend to actually get bored of sex and do other stuff in their life.
Yeah, like Dan Blazarian, a great example of that, actually. Like, he, you know, when he was in his younger years, he used to really like getting with some of the hottest women. But then he was just like, you know, there's more to life than just meaningless sex.
Life. Also, assessing all masculinity by looking good or money and getting sex is incorrect, since I refuse to define masculinity in terms of what women want. When you let women define masculinity, they do so in their own interests, not yours. Masculinity is the ability to crush your enemies and take what you want. Secondly, nihilism.
What do you think of that definition, Okairo?
I mean, that's a good appropriation of what masculinity is from a man's point of view. But I would add more onto it in that, at the same time, while that is a good expression of it, being masculine is also, being the type of person, let's say, you have like a home intruder in the house. The type of masculinity is doing what the man does. Stand your ground, make sure the family's safe, and deal with that person. You don't go run and hide behind the wife, for example.
I see. I will say, in regards to like hiding or whatnot, you could absolutely be be prepared in that regard too. I think that's also a thing of masculinity, is that thing of logic, is, and absolutely that applies to preparation.
Actually, I'll make a correction. The only time you should hide behind the wife in that situation is when she's got the gun.
I wouldn't trust her with the gun. But anyways, I'm joking slightly.
Is just boring and lame. I get you people hate life, but can't you not bother me about it? I'm still trying to survive and win here. The nihilists try to tear the whole world down out of envy and resentment. This is why I try to avoid the internet these days, since good books and company are a far better sampling of the human race. So much red pill culture is just completely stupid and artificial stuff, whereas a content creator, I look at creators like Vitalik, and I can see that this is completely artificial and designed. Same thing as Hamza, same thing as a lot of the bigger channels.
Oh yes, it's me, Hamza, and wouldn't you know, I have to tell the young guys to stop playing the video games, even though the video games are actually a point of sanity for them in a world that hates them.
I've never heard of that podcaster group.
No, Hamza is not just a podcaster group. So this is a screenshot of Fresh and Fit, or Fed and Fraud, as I like to call him. Hamza is just like this Indian guy who's just like, oh no, in regards to stuff, like he's the ultimate epitome of like self-improvement is masturbation. Like and again, it's a criticism I have of like the NoFap crowd, because they tend to be like Hamza. It's like already, like, if you want to discard that habit, like, that's already quite a bit of willpower that's being used right there. I wouldn't say it's a good idea to tell a young guy to also discard video games, which he uses as like a thing of like social, for something social to do with his friends.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But guys, you have to discard the video games because it's preventing you from being Shekel's greatest GDP producer.
Why are you making him sound Irish?
Because he has that accent. Like he's
okay,
like he's pretty brown, but he has like an Irish accent or Scottish accent. It might be British. I don't fucking know. I haven't heard his voice in years.
Of really smart red pill, where there's a group of red pill people who are just stunningly intelligent and look at stuff like statistical patterns or evolutionary.
Hey, it's Mr. Homath. I like that guy.
Psychology. My friend Homath has a great channel, but so much of red pill culture is just shaming other men for not being shallow, and it all boils down to a handful of different metrics, whether being jacked, making money, having a lot of hot girls on Instagram, caring about Instagram, and that just simplifies the world to a very stupid level. However, I'm actually really proud of you guys. When this process started, men started by devolving into the most basic hedonism, which is normally the starting process for where the soul moves upwards. But then as self-improvement didn't actually work for a lot of those guys. They didn't find it satisfying. I see a genuine attempt to try to grapple with life itself. I see so many young...
Okay, I'm actually going to read this. Crossing the Sahara is a term of mine for how our society is so innately nihilistic that the distance between meaning and our normal lives is as great as a continent. For me, the journey to find meaning, which I did ultimately succeed in, felt like I had to cross the Sahara alone. In order for us to survive as a society and derive the will to live, we will have to cross the Sahara as a culture. However, in the process, hopefully... the process that took me years as an individual can be simplified by trails, bands, and highways so that people in the future can reach meaning much more easily. Huh, that's interesting.
Men who have crossed the Sahara of nihilism towards being able to genuinely search for the worthwhile and meaningful. As of now, enough of us have already crossed the Sahara that we're going to win, because the leftist order will fundamentally not survive and there aren't that many competitors. The thing is that crossing the Sahara is not the only path, and I am not satisfied by the vast majority of the red pill, but I'm very happy at least some have broken out of mouse utopian nihilism. When cultural change...
I mean, if you really think about it, and I think we're probably going to end this segment here, the people who basically fostered this mouse utopian mindset. If you don't know what mouse utopia is, actually, What If Aldhist made a really stellar video on the subject. I might have reacted to it before. I forget. It's been almost 100 episodes of the ScurvyRum show. There's been a lot of things that I've seen on here that I don't exactly remember. I might have seen it on here, but if not, I'd probably make a whole episode dedicated just to it. But Mouse Utopia is basically this is like it's a replication of the society we're living in, but with mice. That's putting it very, very simply. But
it's nightmare.
Yes, exactly, Okairo. But basically, it was the boomers who created this mouse utopian hellhole that we're living in right now. Like through their they don't want to admit it, but a lot of their political decisions, a lot of their lifestyle choices absolutely became a cancer in modern society. And you and I, we're the ones who are suffering through it. But inevitably, I guess to end this on a positive note, we're going to be a lot stronger because of it. And we're probably actually going to take society back on the right track. That's just me being an optimist. And I want to end this on a good note, at least. But Akairo, you got any final thoughts before I end the stream?
Not in particular.
Gotcha. But hey, thank you for hopping on, man. This is actually really good.
Oh, not a problem. You can drag me on whenever you want.
Alrighty then. But I will catch you later. Sound good?
Sure. Talk to you later.
See ya. Alrighty. Thank y'all for watching the stream, everybody. I not gonna lie, I have been a little bit tired. I was running off of I'm actually kind of coming down from an adrenaline high from the previous day. But I will see y'all tomorrow. We're gonna continue my playthrough of Crash Bandicoot 4, so I hope to see y'all then. See ya!